G'day guys, welcome to another Sunday program or Saturday night if you're stateside or in South America like Lukey's. G'day Lukey. Fapnado, good to see you mate. How are things in Canada? Yes, that chap is setting up. Tanks, good to see you mate. As always, mate, as always. And Harry on Sunday. Yep. Oh, yes, yes, dear Commander Richard. Good to see you. Gone a bit German on us. Language-wise, linguistically. Don't expect me to translate. Do I have a Twitter? Yes, I do. Actually got blocked. Twitter disabled it. Yeah. So now I'm using another account, which is a private account. I'm just hoping that Twitter will basically reactivate me. Yes, I've had the same issue as Trump. I got knocked off. Maybe too much. Yes. Anyway, we'll see whether Twitter will allow me back on with my name account, and then I'll promote it. But until then, currently, no, it's been deactivated. And the other one's a private one, which I use, and I don't want to give that one away. Yes, g'day, Dylan. Good to see you, mate. No trouble. Yes. So you've no doctor, no nurse, no nothing. Just plain old trouble. Yes. Good to see Richard. Dave, good to see you, mate. And Deborah. Oh, shit. Nope. Yes. Good to see you, Deborah, here. I don't know why my mouse... I actually changed my battery yesterday. Wasn't it a bit fickly? Anyway. So... Yes, I've been spanked. It wasn't the sort, that I enjoyed. There are enjoyable spankings and there are not so enjoyable. Let's just leave it there. G'day, Scotty. Good to see you, mate. That's all right, Simple, easy, uncomplicated. You're an animal. Good to see you here. Yes. Free fatty acids. We are the free fatty acid group. Yes. Or we want to be free. And not be forced to eat. And not to be forced to be eating kibble and be caged in. Yeah, exactly. Got up at the bottom. Oh, that was fast. That didn't take a long time. Yes. Depends what you mean. Maybe not. Depends what your ancestry is. Did your ancestry eat coconut products? If so, then you probably are okay. Some people have, especially Northern Europeans, North Asians, and Central Asians tend to have a salicylate issue, so they can't handle it. So, yeah. Or they've got let me put it this way, not that they can't handle it, they have a salicylate sensitivity, you know. So that's another issue. But as generally, it's very highly saturated. It's a very high saturated fat. So I just have an issue with it. If it hasn't been in your ancestry, potentially, this is potentially, if you consume too much of it and you're, not genetically sort of adjusted to it, and your microbiome isn't genetically adjusted to it, that means it's inheritable variability that you get from your mother. Potentially some of the high levels of medium chain triglycerides can have slight deleterious effects on some of the microbiome in terms of, reducing certain bacteria and stuff like that. So there can be certain issues. If you've never had it in your ancestry, don't bother. Animal fats have been with us for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands upon thousands of years. And the N15, N14 data pretty much slam dunks that whole issue. And it's not even for discussion, because the science is just so or the archaeological evidence is so emphatically on that issue. Anyway, yes, Scott is my Earl nickname. LOL, the nurse was a joke for the last year. That stuck. LOL, and I'm still nurse on Sky's server, but I'm not an actual nurse. Oh, so you can't nurse T1. Oh, how awful. Devastated. Where is that little scoundrel? It's not even here today. It's probably down at the market trying to buy something, or probably celebrating for some reason. There was an election held over there, so still probably either commiserating or celebrating, doing one of the two. Let's hope this looking like dysregulation disease doesn't go too far today. Ah, yes, Richard, let's hope. Sue through. I stopped drinking kefir and switched to heavy whipped cream. I think high carbs in the kefir was weighing my health down. I feel better now. Probably you do. Look, you're an animal. I basically think that like heavy milk consumption or heavy kefir consumption, or that, unless you're like the Maasai, doing physically a lot of work and all that, probably not a good idea. Now there is, when you look at milk products, when you basically get, well, let's just go back. Milk lactose. Well, it's basically one glucose, one galactose. Okay, it's combined together, and then you need the lactase enzyme to split them apart. So glucose, everybody knows, glucose goes to glucose 6-phosphate, and then it goes right through another 9 enzymatic steps until basically it gets to pyruvate, where it actually inside the matrix of the mitochondria, that inner space, where it gets oxidized, okay, before it then moves on to the TCA cycle. But galactose, on the other hand, needs to go through 4 enzymatic pathways. So it goes through that second one, which is galactose 6-phosphate. That's when it actually takes on a phosphate, ATP to ADP. So you basically, it gets a phosphate group, and that phosphate basically then it basically goes through the other 3 enzymatic pathways until it gets, basically to glucose 6-phosphate. And then from there, it just goes through the normal steps. So let's say you've basically had like a liter of milk, 5 That's 50 grams of carbohydrates. So I usually have, like, when I do some, I lift weights and stuff like that, then I basically will do like half a litre or a litre of milk. No different than the Maasai who go out. They're actually physically quite active. They're repleting glycogen. It's not an issue, so they're quite physically active throughout the day. If you're not, you're sedentary and all that, probably milk isn't the best option as an animal food for those purposes. Cream, if you're ketotic, is, heavy cream is probably okay. Don't overdo it if you're trying to lose body weight. You do still need to burn, some of your own rather than taking it in the diet. So it depends on your circumstances, whether you're trying to maintain weight or stuff like that. So there's a whole lot of different reasons. So yeah, there can be a lot of variability. But as you can understand, you will take in 25 grams if you're physically active within a litre. So they do a couple of litres throughout the whole day. But then it'll actually, over that whole next hour or two, it'll take quite a lot of time for that conversion to happen because it's availability of enzymes. You can only, there's a rate limiting, there's a rate limiting sort of level. You can only transcript so many enzymes to do so much enzymatic activity, to hydrolyze, to break down basically, or convert things. In this case, it is a conversion, enzymatic conversion. So it's sort of, it's a long-winded question, but yeah, probably, if you're not, I usually say, if you're an office worker, why are you consuming milk if you're not sort of, really doing a lot of physical sort of activities, bodybuilding or stuff like that? On the days that I basically don't do any work, I'll limit my milk intake. So it depends. So I have days where I can have half a litre or a whole litre after physical activities, and other days that I won't have any milk at all. Like today, if I don't do any physical, I probably won't have any milk. I may have in the evening a glass of milk, like a warm glass of milk. If I do a bit of weights before I do my night, and sometimes I don't. You've probably seen me. Sometimes I don't have milk here. I just have, a coffee or some sort of beverage, like one of the kefirs or whatever. So, which is another option, like some sort of kombucha, some sort of other type of probiotic type thing if you really want that, or you don't. Really up to you, mate. Anyway, does smoking a bit cause any health issues? None whatsoever. You have to really basically, heterocyclic amines, that are produced from burning anything. It's not only meat, it can be toast, it can be anything. Basically, the quantities that they gave the rats were beyond what anyone would consume on any diet. So it's just not applicable, even for other diets, even for toast or whatever, even for carbohydrate being burnt. It's not applicable to any absolute no diet. The body has good detoxification to deal with all that sort of stuff. It's called the liver, and cytochrome P450. So we've got more and other capacities within the intestinal tract to eliminate and excrete some of that stuff. So it's a non-issue. It's another piece of reductionist nonsense. So absolutely nothing, Mr. Kurz. Yep. So you probably may be one of those people who are lactose intolerant, because I think the Mexican is about 50% of the population is, and 50% isn't. From memory, that is. I do apologize if I, and I suspect Guatemala and other parts would be very similar. So, So from Scotty, So, Harry, any chance of getting dementia, Alzheimer's video in the future? My mum's side has a fairly high prevalence. Yeah, look, it's coming. I've just been a bit slow on getting it all together, Scotty. So, you know, if I was going to get them on anything, I'd get them on taurine at least 5 grams. But if they're on blood pressure meds, always be sure that you basically bring them up slowly. 1 gram, 2 grams, and all that. So I'd get them definitely on something like that. So and yourself as well. If I can't remember your age. I think you're middle aged, a bit like me. I may be wrong. If I am, I do apologise. But yeah, so that would be definitely one thing. And obviously, refined sugars and oils need to be taken out. They are the major culprits. Simple as that. So if you're taking those in and you're not getting enough phospholipids, that means and cholesterol, eggs. So basically, eggs and taurine. Probably your best bet in that regard. Anyway, so Deborah's question: can you go over ApoE again, please, Harry? I just found out that I have the ApoE3 gene and one ApoE4 gene. Is that bad combo? Slightly. 4-4 is the worst, but 4-3 can be a problem as well. 4-2 is less of a problem. What it means is it's not really a problem. All apes and early humans were all ApoE4-4. The 3-3-3-4 originated around 200,000 years ago. So for 150,000 years, Homo sapiens, that means the last, branch which we are part of the genus Homo, basically that group, 150,000 years in its existence, then had the ApoE3-3 emerge. And that was a time when an interglacial period, slightly warmer period. And so humans would have accessed some seasonal sugar. Because in the previous period, it was much colder. There was no real access potential for seasonal sugar. So, and we're talking about very small amounts. We're not talking about massive amounts here. And so pretty much what's so pretty much it's a very small amount, Deborah, that people were consuming, and so it was seasonal. So that's why that adjustment happened in terms of as a protective mechanism. To really make it simple, I do have a video on that on this video, but to really just make it basic. And the video that I've got on here on my channel on ApoE. Sorry, actually, no, it's not on mine. It's the one that I did with Pim. Remember the one that I did with Pim? That's the one you should go and check on her channel. It's in my playlists. That's what it is, because I did it with Pim. That's right. I did promise her that I would do it with her. Now, what it all has to do is with when you eat fat, it all gets sort of, put into a thing called a chylomicron, which sits on the other side of your small intestine. So basically that gets filled up, and then basically that circulates around, dropping off cargo to different cells around the body. And then the remnants of that, the chylomicron remnants, go back to the liver to get recycled. Now, if you have too much sugar in the actual liver, you can create a certain level of insulin resistance at there, because you're overloading the liver with both sugar and fat at the same time. So the ApoE, you could say key to allow the remnant to go into the actual liver is slowed down. So the ApoE3 slows it down. That's one factor. So you're slowing down the actual take up of sugar, of basically fat, at the same time as you've got sugar in the system. And that's because basically you've got seasonal sugar available. So you're slowing that effect. So you're not basically causing, this additional sort of pressure on the liver in terms of dealing with these macronutrients, energy macronutrients. So that's the reason why it originated at a time when we had a bit of access to more sugar. 80,000 years ago, when the other one actually happened, which is the ApoE22 and 2, and that variant actually happened at a time, or the allele, as they're called in genetics. It happened at a time when there was another interglacial warm period, which actually was more pronounced, and as a consequence, there was even more sugar around. So so this in certain regions, especially closer to the tropics, is where we see this more dominant, and amongst the Chinese as well, and different groups. So that's part of especially southern China. That's part of where these sort of changes and adaptations happen to basically, when you've got more sugar in the liver, you don't want to be packing up in a whole lot of fat at the same time, and slowing that down. That's one factor. And that's basically, remember, the HDL is the thing that's got the ApoE, receptor, and that passes on chemically, through I suspect the glycans have some effect. They're little sugar molecules that are actually on the outer surface, and they probably interact and signal. We don't really understand how it all works. There's a lot of work being done on that to understand glycan signaling of the pericellular matrix. So that's still, there's a lot of things up there. Is it other factors? We still don't know. I'm looking into that research. It's very interesting. But the problem is, it's also a bit, how can I say? I'm not enjoying it, to be honest, glycan research, because a lot of these people are really speculating, and they're not really proving any mechanism to me anyway, or anyone. So it's really, I think it's just really hard, because it's really hard to work out the signaling. But anyway, let's go. Sorry, I got a bit sidetracked there. My erratic brain. I do apologize. But basically, there's also another element to this: beta amyloid clearance. So if you basically have a bit sugar, now I hope you're on a low carb diet. What it is, when you have a mixed diet of sugar and fat, you're going to be more susceptible to basically both, fatty liver, insulin resistance, and at the same time, you'll have a reduction in the clearance due to this allele in the clearance of beta amyloid. So when you have some level of insulin resistance or whatever, and energy problems in the brain, those energy problems will be more manifested in somebody with even one or two alleles of the ApoE4. Now, that can slightly be ameliorated with taurine. Taurine breaks down beta amyloid. So what you can do is you can add more. So if you have a relative that's on a more standard diet that has these alleles, now this isn't perfect, and it's not basically to say, eat kibble and do this. This is because, unfortunately, we do have relatives which, even when you give them the information, they don't want to change. What you can do is you can add a bit more taurine to their diet, like get them up to 5 grams, pace it, because they could be on blood meds, so they need to be paced and monitored by a doctor, physician, always. And the other thing is also, chromium, which sort of improves sensitivity. You could put on that as well. And basically maybe a ketone ester or a medium chain triglyceride or something like that to get a bit more energy in, because they will have some sort of energy deficit, even if you're clearing out the beta amyloid. So, there are those sort of issues, how you manage these sort of things. The best thing is to be on a species appropriate diet, and to, as you're getting older, add a bit more taurine in your diet, and that will be very protective, and you will have zero problems in the long run. So anyway, let's move on. Ah, yes. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's also in where you can get taurine stuff in one of my videos, and that's the one that I used from the researchgate.net, which Vivid Mouse has put on there. I'll just share that quickly. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it, Richard. Good work. So that's the one there, which gives you some information about different sources. You can see why I like things like octopus and tuna and stuff like that. They're really good as sources compared to muscle meat in terms of taurine. Even lamb is pretty good, but also, uncooked lamb is actually even higher. And I've got no idea, because I've never been able to find out the mechanism why cooked, where if you look at other cooked meats, it actually taurine goes up. The reverse happens in lamb for whatever damn reason. No idea why that happens. So yes, one of those mysteries of the universe. Yes. So I hope that gave you an explanation, Deborah. It's basically, it's basically a mechanism to prevent, because once upon a time, ApoE4, if you look at all the apes, they don't eat sugar, and if they, when they give them bananas and all sorts of other sugary stuff in zoos, they become their coat looks shit. They become very sickly, and they age faster at double the speed, because so ApoE4 is really, you really have to have a clean diet, a species appropriate diet, and you have to keep it clean, because you are far more vulnerable with those genetics to insulin resistance and liver problems and general, clearance of beta amyloid and, insulin resistance in the brain, which is what Alzheimer's dementia is. So it's diabetes 3, as they call it. So that's the reason why people are more susceptible and need to keep the diet even cleaner than most other people in that regard. So, yep. Anyway, Maths Faster is actually, Harry, did you catch Mary Ruddick's discussion on her trip to Africa on Food Lies YouTube channel? No, I haven't. Very interesting. I'll have to check it out. I don't think she's back in Greece yet. Somebody told me she was still in Africa, in South Africa, I think, but I could be wrong. So yeah, I'll have to check it, because I don't have any like notifications on that channel. I do subscribe, but I don't have notifications on a lot of the channels. So because otherwise I don't want to get overloaded, because I'm doing my own content and stuff like that. It's a matter of time, but I will check, and I'll have to send Mary an email, and so ask her when she gets back to Greece, would she like to come on and have a bit of a chat with me? So I'll try and organise something for you guys in that regard, because everybody actually has a very different approach to the way people question people. So Mary will come on, I will think of other different types of questions and discussion points compared to somebody else on a different channel. So I think Bart will probably approach her as well. So, and Bart has a different approach to things. He'll ask different questions than I will. So it's an opportunity to extract, you could say, more pearls of wisdom from Mary, and she's a great source. So I look forward to, seeing having a collaboration in the future. I think she'll jump to that opportunity, and that will be great for you guys as well, to get an opportunity in that regard. G'day, Cheryl, and Luba. G'day, Luba. Good to see you here. Yes, exactly. Yes, that I suspect that's Deborah's one about the ApoE. Yes, very much so. I think she actually this time around, because she told me last time before she actually left that she was going to go and see the Maasai, the Hadza, and a number of other. So she was going to. I'm not sure which parts of Africa. I can't remember now, to be honest. I think she actually told me, but I cannot remember exactly which parts. But it was part of East Africa. Yeah, it'd be interesting to basically have a chat with her when she gets back. But I will actually check out the Food Lies one when I get a chance next week sometime. Yeah, she's always got a few pearls of wisdom to throw up. And then it actually also allows me to basically, direct my questions in a different way to pick up other things, or even to actually elaborate on points which they didn't go deep enough into, which I'm always interested. Yes, so much trouble. Harry, can iodine supplementation 6 drops a day in water cause stomach issues? I have heard that people can have sensitivity to some of the supplementation. So it's plausible. I have never seen a study that actually really demonstrates that that is the case. I've just heard anecdotes. So they are anecdotes from people that have actually said that. But if you're on a species appropriate diet and you're eating dairy and you're eating seafood and eggs, you should be able to get enough iodine. I get enough iodine of, well up to per day, 200, sort of micrograms. So I get quite a bit in that regard. I think I did a video on that, some of the sourcing of iodine and stuff like that on my channel. So I've already covered that in that regard. And always good to basically make sure you're getting selenium, because it is actually, you need to balance selenium with iodine. So iodine on its own or selenium on its own can be problematic. It's when it's balanced that it works much better. So those sort of animal foods that combine both are much better, like eggs are really good. So, but yeah, check the videos. I think you can get more than enough from, and you don't want to go excessively high on iodine either. Can be a problem as well. But most people are deficient. That's true. So, Fig HD, good to see you here, mate. Yeah, he's probably fallen asleep. That's true. I think he may have gone down to the markets. Oh well, it's one of those things with notifications, as Richard. They're all over the place. If it just arrived, yeah, weird. Yeah, the thing was, it was 36 ounces of kefir a day. Now I only have 1 pint of the cream and all that. Yeah, that's quite a lot. It's quite a lot, to have in a day. I have periodically, I'll have a bit of kefir. I'll buy a bit of kefir periodically as a probiotic, as to add back, some, just to top up or stuff like that, just for the what like people did traditionally, would have occasionally, now and then, day-to-day basis. I'm not a big fan of day-to-day, doing, like, I've cut out all my kombucha now for some time. I had some yesterday with my mate, and that was about it. And I'm not going to have anything. I'm just going to keep it down to sort of like a day or two in the week, not every day, because no tribal society ever did it every day either. So I think we've got into these really strange habits nowadays. So, yes. And yes, not only that, but also too many bacteria. You still need to cleanse it through. That's what, well, the small intestine, it's the bile that actually goes right through before at the jejunum at the bottom where it gets recycled, about 90-odd%. It basically is that cleansing thing mechanism that is really important. You're welcome. Yes, thank you, Lukey. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the like button, please. Because I don't get enough likes, you know. I don't even mind a dislike because that all counts for the algorithms. But usually the likes are very low. Like, there'll be 300 people, 400 people that will actually watch one of the live streams, and then there's only about 50 odd likes, and I'm going, disappointing. You're not. Good to hear, mate. Good to hear. That's true, Richard. You can only hit the damn thing once. Yes, just the way it is. Look, I use this as more as, generally speaking, I say get it from the food. There's a list that I've actually already put up. So in terms of milligrams, so 100. So if you're looking at beef, that's probably about grass fed, getting 100 per 100. So you're probably getting about 0.4 for a steak, or a big steak. You may be getting half a gram. Okay, so you won't get as much. Your body biosynthesizes a certain amount, but what we're talking about is actually biohacking that. Ultimately, your body is in a constant state of repair and damage, and at some point, then it starts deteriorating. How you can slow that down is by giving it certain nutrients that basically, if you want to avoid brain function loss in older age, well, you need to go basically get your taurine up and your phospholipids up. So either you consume more eggs and taurine supplementation, or you get a supplemental phospholipid type, phosphatidylcholine, phosphatidylserine, things like that, which I've talked before. I mean, the serine is really important in also silencing genes that cause brain diseases. So, because epigenetically, phosphatidylserine, which I've talked about in the past about the Israeli studies at Tel Aviv University, how they can silence genes at certain doses. It's dose dependent. That's in a very early live stream that I did. God, it's probably 1.5 years ago. Quite some time. At some point, I will be doing videos in regards to some of this sort of stuff, proper videos and all that, in my long list of over 100 things to do. So that is coming at some point. But remember, if you're on blood, even if you're not on blood pressure meds, and you're not being monitored by a doctor, it's always best to go slowly. One, because taurine does have an effect on intra and extracellular fluids between the bloodstream and fluids inside the cell. So you don't want to rapidly change the dynamics there. So you want to go 1 gram for at least a week, then 2 grams, and then 3 grams, and build up. If you're basically young person, you probably don't need any, because you're going to be endogenously, if you're getting enough protein in your diet, you will endogenously create more than enough that you need. If you're basically in your 40s, and to your mid 40s to mid 60s. If you don't have any health problems or whatever else, 1 or 2 grams is all you need. If you do have some underlying health issues that you've basically been dealing with and all that, about 3 grams to potentially even up to 5 grams. I've gone back to 3 grams, but I did go up to 5 grams and 6 grams, and that was basically to get rid of all the fibrotic tissue out of my liver, my heart, and all that, which we've discussed before. So it depends. If you're over 65 and over, that's when taurine biosynthesis in your body sort of nearly collapses. And that's when if you're healthy, you should be permanently on 3 grams. If you're not that healthy, you should be permanently on 5 grams, more or less. So there's a whole lot of different reasons, which I've discussed before, which I won't get into because there's plenty of stuff that I have to get through. Okay, I thought it was well done. I don't want to sound like I know it all, but the info wasn't alien to me. It feels like it should be common knowledge, but when you speak average person, you find it isn't. So true, Figo HD. Yes, so true. Sometimes, yeah, it's really hard to, because most people are out there just, talking the general sort of stuff. And so it's really hard sometimes to, where things are much more complicated internally, so they are both simple in some regards. So simple building blocks, like a lot of the enzymes, a lot of the actual structures have simple components in a complicated system and complicated interactions, if that makes sense. So from simplicity can come a lot of complexity in biochemical interactions. And that's where a lot of us struggle. And that's why a lot of scientists use reductionism, but it doesn't really tell you much. And that's where a lot of the people jump on these reductionist bandwagons, and rather than serving people, they basically tell them, don't do this, don't do that, when certain things are very essential, but in certain levels where the body can actually utilize them appropriately. So, but they don't tell you that, and they confuse people even more. As we always say, ignore the cholesterol stuff and all that. Let your genes dictate exactly how all that plays out. I think they have worked quite well over thousands and thousands of years. It's only when we eat inappropriate things we blame the genes. No, we should be blaming the inappropriate shit that we put down our mouth. Simple as that. And any cheating that we do, and I do the occasional cheats here and there, which isn't good, but I do them. It just happens. You're sociable sometimes. You eat inappropriate things. It does happen. But none of us are saints, and none of us basically, as long as we basically clean. I keep my diet pretty clean for most of the week. Have a few indiscretions on Saturday, and sometimes even more indiscretions on, when I get around with a lot of friends, and there's a lot of other things that are being consumed. So that's reality. That's you're living with other people. But as long as you're not doing it on a daily basis, that's the most important thing. None of us are saints or nutritional saints. Anybody that tells you that, they're lying. Anyway, stop taking metformin because I had low blood sugar of 62. Obviously, you do not need metformin. Nobody should. Metformin is really contraindicated. I mean, it actually creates deficiencies in a lot of B vitamins and a lot of other things. So not a good thing. Basically, it's not a solution. Just get off the foods that are causing the problem, which is refined sugars and seed oils. Simple as that. Not complicated, guys. All the other stuff, once you get into a lot of trouble, you may have to biohack things and alter things and all that. But generally speaking, it's not complicated, so. Yeah, exactly, Richard. You would have to eat a boatload of meat to get to 5 grams. That is why when I say 5 grams, I'm talking about therapeutic reasons. I mean, I still have some underlying damage from the past, and I do 3 grams. But most people that are healthy probably only need 1 to 2 grams. That's it, which you would also get from eating like Sean Baker. He would get that amount from the meat that he consumes a day, but he's a big guy, you know? So you can technically get it depending on the foods you consume. I mean, you could potentially, you could get 3 grams if you can, 4 grams, sorry, if you can consumed like a kilo of octopus. So if you consumed a kilo of octopus, you'd get basically about 4 grams. And you could very easily have half a kilo of octopus, which is, what's half a kilo, which is 500, be about 17 ounces divided by 28.333, 17.65 ounces. So yeah, you could basically very easily get that that amount and get quite a few grams, depending on what you eat at the end of the day. But yes, it's more for therapeutic reasons, which I've explained on multiple occasions. And older people, because the problem is, somebody who's born a Maasai, or somebody who's born an Inuit, or somebody who's born in a tribal society has had a clean diet right throughout the whole life. And they don't have the damage to repair and all that. The things that they have to worry about is pathogens or viruses that could potentially take them out, or things like that could overtax their system. That's the sort of stuff that happens. It's not so much, or basically they get a cut and an infection and they die. Septic shock. These are the sort of things that tribal people are vulnerable to, and if they didn't deal with it at an appropriate time, it could get out of hand. That even some of the sort of the botanicals that they used to get rid of the infections and stuff like that may not work at that stage, and that person just dies. So that's the vulnerability in terms of infections and stuff like that, both for infants. That's why infant mortality was very high amongst them, and also people that are moving around. But Maasai have been known to live over 100 on a purely animal-based diet. So we've got the research. And George V. Mann back in the 60s, and he did a lot of research with the Maasai. So a lot of this sort of stuff is quite clear. So it's, but you would need a boatload, Richard, as you said. But a lot of people are very unhealthy, or like myself, I did a lot of seed oils and sugars and all sorts of crap. So I did a very unhealthy diet for a long time and did a lot of damage to my body. So now a lot of the stuff that I do is primarily to try and reverse a lot of that damage, and takes decades to reverse. If it takes decades to cause, it can take decades. You've got a lot of senescent cells that need to be cleared out. So, I keep on having to do certain supplements in that regard as well. So to bring a lot of that sort of stuff, all that damage that I did cause myself. Yes. Like all of us. Yes, I mean, the same. Tom Norton, Flathead movie fan, is on MeatRx tomorrow. Good. I'll have to remind myself to watch it. I've listened to what Mosley Robinson pushes regarding copper and iron. I haven't, Dylan. So I think you can get more than enough, as long as you're getting enough from the food. And I've actually I've got a video on here explaining copper sources. And if you're having a mixed animal diet of different foods, you should get more than enough copper on an animal-based diet. Animal foods are very rich in copper. and iron and stuff like that. So yeah, so I don't think there should be any problem. It's only people on some of the keto diets that do very low protein type that can get into those sort of troubles with copper and iron. Biggest problem for vegans and vegetarians is too much copper, not enough not enough zinc, or iron. So that's where they get into trouble. I have very rarely heard of anybody, unless they're on a SAD diet. Most issues when it comes to iron, copper, and zinc and stuff like that, those deficiencies, selenium, iodine, and all that, is usually people on SAD diets. They're just eating a lot of refined, processed carbs and oils, which just don't have those things. But for people on a species appropriate diet, will get more than enough of this sort of stuff, and we need less. The only thing that really goes up dramatically, requirements for is riboflavin. And that's just because basically some of the biochemical processes that are required when you eat more meat and fat require more riboflavin. That's the only thing that actually really goes up. So that's the only thing. But the nice thing about that is, if you're on a carnivore diet eating a lot of meat is one of the richest sources of riboflavin. So it's a non-issue whatsoever. You don't even have to consume a lot of a 16-ounce glass of milk, for instance, will give you not only all the B12 you need for the day, but also all the riboflavin you need for the day. So you entire in one glass of milk, or in meat, 100 grams, which is 3.5 ounces, you will get more than 100%. So let alone, none of us eat that little amount of meat on a carnivore diet. Bloody hell, 4 to 5 or even 6 times that. So we're getting, and that's I think about 140 something percent. So nearly, add the milk, or a bit of cheese, you're already there. Times that by 5, you're already nearly about 600% or whatever. So that's a non-issue either. So on a species appropriate diet, you will get all the nutrition you need for a lot of these sort of things. So a lot of these people are more applicable to non-carnivores, to other people that are eating inappropriate diets of one sort or another, usually get into trouble in this regard. Does every 60-day blood donation cause any benefits or harm? Doesn't really cause any harm. Probably, I know people worry about hemochromatosis as a non-issue. And as I've explained before, there have been 2 people that I've dealt with, and 1 person that came to this channel that basically had hemochromatosis and confirmed what I'd seen with the other 2 people, that basically, pretty much their hemochromatosis went away. Somebody did mention to me as well, when I did say that last time, that basically, who was I talking to? I think it was Bart. Was it Bart? I think it may have been Bart that actually mentioned that, because I actually told him my hypothesis, what I thought, that it was the non-heme iron. And I've actually found some research, but I haven't actually done the video to sort of point in that direction. And it's really basically when it's just the enzymes, it's basically, again, genetics. The genes are not basically, the conversion of, non-heme iron, or the way non-heme iron is, taken up and all that, is slightly different. And so that's where, and then it can build up in the system. So that's a sort of hypothesis based. And as I said, we need a study. Because we do not have any study of comparing heme and non-heme iron, and only heme and non-heme iron in people with hemochromatosis. So until we have a definitive study, we can only infer from other research particularly in rats and other things like that. We can only infer, but we can't definitively say, for that purpose. Where you may get a benefit with blood donation is renewal. So if you're clearing out some old blood, red blood cells, you're going to be forcing your body to actually renew and create new ones, which are going to have better oxygen capacity. So you'll get the benefit as as sort of the rebound effect or whatever. So there can be that. I know people in the past have used bloodletting as sort of a therapeutic thing for a number of things. So there's probably something in it. But again, we don't really have concrete evidence. We can infer some stuff from knowing that if you know where you get the best benefits. Let's say you've got somebody that's actually gone from a diet that has more sugar. Or let's say you had a cheat day. You're a bad boy. You need to be spanked. And you had a cheat day of what is all that sugar going to do? It's going to glycate. That means you're going to get more glycation around your hemoglobin, your red blood cells. So your hemoglobin A1C is going to go up, isn't it? So if you want to bring your hemoglobin A1C down and reduce the actual amount of glycation on your red blood cells and stuff like that, you know what you can do? You can give blood after a few days after a cheat day. There you go, a biohack that it just came into my head, and that should lower your A1C. Potentially it will, because you'll produce new red blood cells which will not be glycated to the same degree. There you go. You can always come up with some other solution, other benefit, if you really think about it. 100% Northwest European. I wonder if my ApoE combo was the reason my mum had alcohol fatty liver. Yep, I would say so. She loved her sweets and carbs. Yes. And she had the worst genes for it. Yes. Unfortunately, the prevalence of ApoE4 type alleles are much more dominant in Northern Europe, where people consumed less carbohydrates. So yeah, unfortunately, that is the problem. In Southern Europe, it's 3-3 is more dominant. Actually, 3-3 is a very high dominant. I have 3-3. And I think the ApoE4 allele type is, in the Greeks, it's 0.87 from memory. I think it's about 0.87. Extremely rare. Not even 1% of the Greek population. So it's an extremely rare thing, where you can go up into Northern Europe and you can find, on average, 4% or more. So it's, fourfold to fivefold, sometimes even higher than that, in parts of Northern Europe. So it's more prominent. That is why, amongst Northern Europeans, fatty liver is much more higher as a percentage, and so is liver disease and stuff like that compared to Southern Europeans. So there are genetic differences as well, stuff that the crackpots out there ignore. So yes, you are less suited to carbohydrates, definitely. Yes, nothing like good funded propaganda from the food industry and big pharma. Oh, look, some of the people that work in those things, those sort of organizational companies or whatever, are there because they really believe that they're doing something good. They're not bad people in that regard necessarily. They're, the shareholders and the company managers and stuff like that. They're not scientists or researchers. They're more motivated on the dosh. But unfortunately, they do far more harm than good trouble, which is the problem. Yes, the motivation. I did notice Kinberry had one on, whether doctors, I haven't seen it, but I will watch it when I get a chance this week, which is sort of on one of my notifications. And it had to do with, whether doctors are basically caring for their patients or big pharma and the benefits that they sometimes get. So yes, very much so. Some carnivores have suggested that carbs are necessary as a growth factor for kids through nope, not at all. Muscle protein synthesis does not really require a lot of insulin. You'll be surprised. That's another video that I'm meaning to do, but I haven't done yet, to sort of dispel that final piece of nonsense that carbs are necessary to build skeletal muscle and bones. They are not, absolutely not. So I think I've actually pointed out the study that I showed ages ago, but I need to do a proper video to explain it, where they did clinical, where they had people in a clinic, and they were giving them exactly the nutrients, which you couldn't get through an ethics committee today, but they were giving them exactly all the nutrients. And the only three things that affected muscle and bone were sodium, protein, and phosphorus. Nothing else. You could change calcium, you could change all the others. It was only those three. You drew any one of those or all three, you had muscle and bone loss. So absolutely not. As long as the child is getting enough energy, it doesn't matter where the energy is coming from, whether fat or carbs, as long as the child is getting energy and getting enough protein and salt, not an issue. They will grow, So it's a known issue. And when they're very young, when they need to get taurine because they can't synthesize it themselves. So breastfeeding is important. And if you can't breastfeed, you should give your child taurine or taurine-rich foods, which is animal foods, which will be protective for that child. Because the brain needs a lot of taurine. And probably the two things that potentially are the most critically associated with autistic type and other neurological developmental issues are pretty much a lot of the stuff that's in animal foods, like taurine, cholesterol, phospholipids, phosphatidylcholine, all these sort of things, which you will get from mother's milk, but you won't get from all these stupid formulas. Crap. Kibble. And they wonder why the rate of autism and a whole lot of other issues is rising. I'd say it's a lack of fat-soluble vitamins and water-soluble vitamins insufficient, and a whole lot of the other important nutrients and factors. Yes. That's what kids need. And if you take a look, if that was the case, a simple way of actually dealing with that hypothesis, if that was the case, how come multiple generations of Inuit without any carbs grow perfectly strong children? There you go. Answered. Because if that was the case, then they should have basically failed to grow. They should have basically died off and not basically become successful Arctic hunters. So it's nonsense. But I will do that video at some stage. I'm hoping to do it either this week or next week, which will go into some of this sort of stuff. Just another to hit on the head, another piece of BS, which needs to be done, Dylan, because you guys need a bit of ammo to be able to use against the retarded and a few others out there, like the Ray Peets and some of the others in the different sort of communities that just talk shit all the time. Harry, I'm on a carnivore diet, have been for 18 months. I'm taking taurine. That's good. I would, especially with your genetics and your past dietary history. So you've got a bit of damage to deal with, my dear Deborah. So yes, like me with my heart issue and all that, and my own indiscretions that I had, and I've still probably got a bit more to deal with, and so I'm dealing with it, in so to speak. So yes, good to hear. That was that link. Yes, the taurine one. Thanks, Richard. I'm an ApoE44. So that was scary to hear. You don't have to worry. Keep away from the kibble and you'll be fine. Because if you're on a species appropriate diet, Figo HD, and you get a bit of taurine, I don't know what your age is, in there, you should be fine. You shouldn't have any issue whatsoever. Eggs are very important for people with ApoE44. Very important. Phosphatidylcholine, choline, phosphatidylserine, the phospholipids. You really need a lot of that fat. So get a bit of fish in you. Very important for ApoE44. Get a bit of seafood. Don't neglect that side of things. Yes. And you'll be fine, mate. You'll be fine. G'day, Shell. I'm working on that video about cancer. I've actually dropped some of the others that I was going to do, and I am prioritizing that for you, for your friend. So that should be on either Tuesday morning, because I've got all the stuff up and running. I've even got all the actual stuff on my screen ready to go. Where is it? Yep, this was the one here. That's basically one of them, and it goes all through here. A whole lot of other things. So, yes, just haven't done it yet. But it's there to be done. I've got it all ready to go. So all I need is then to start using my mouth to go through all these sort of things. So, yep. So as you saw, selenium was the first one. There's a whole lot of other things. And then we'll get into senescent cells and how to deal with senescent cells and, certain things. So it'll be, senescent cells are probably useful for everyone. We're all getting old and we need to knock out all those damaged cells, and reduce the amount in our body in that regard. So that's coming. I'm putting it together. It'll just mean that hopefully, if I've got enough time when I get back home in the evening on Monday, that I have enough time to sort of process it all together. Actually, I've got my new medical disclaimer video as well. Oh, I'll actually put it on so you guys can hear it. It's the new one. So just give me a sec. So this is the one, because I've actually got one video that I retracted, which I'll add this disclaimer because it actually gives a sort of advice, and I have to be very careful with YouTube here because they are banning people who are giving medical advice or seem to come across as giving. So you've got to be very careful, and especially the new one that I'm actually doing now with the which is going to be the sort of, cancer and stuff like that. That's very emotive, and YouTube can be very nasty about all that. So let me run my disclaimer that I'm actually using nowadays. And it goes for this video as well. Medical disclaimer. All the content shown on the Harry Serpanos channel is created for information purposes only, based on personal opinions of the host. The channel contains health and medical related material or discussions based on the best research science that I'm aware of and my personal interpretation and understanding of the past or current research literature, and should not be viewed as medical advice. Any recommended dietary regime, supplement use, or dosing is based on my personal usage and opinion, and should not be viewed as medical advice or nutritional advice, and is for information purposes only. If you're considering applying any of this information, first seek professional advice before doing so. None of the research information or opinions presented are meant as medical advice or to be used to diagnose yourself. Always seek medical advice from a physician or other qualified health provider. If you think you may have a medical emergency, call your doctor, go to an emergency department, or call an ambulance immediately. The channel is not intended in any way as a diagnostic source for an acute condition. So basically, that is it. The new disclaimer that I'll be using for any of my future videos where I've actually telling people how to do dosing and stuff like that. It just basically means that I'm covering myself with a YouTuber. I mean, I know you guys are going to listen to that and go, oh yeah, Harry, we know you do good research and all that, and you'll just pretty much ignore most of that. But the only one is on blood pressure meds. And I've always made that quite clear in all my videos. When you're using taurine, you gotta basically continuously, monitor and get a doctor to monitor that, because you have to transition, because the way it affects the fluid dynamics in your body. Taurine has that effect. It's good for, lowering blood pressure. But at the same time, if you're on low blood pressure meds, I don't want people passing out or potentially even worse. So it's really, really important that you step, and bring down your blood pressure, and adjust your meds if you're on meds, or any of your family relatives. I can't stress more important about that. It's like the L-citrulline, same thing. L-citrulline doesn't bring down blood pressure as severely. It does bring it down, but not to the same level. But still, if somebody's using it in your family for vasodilation, to increase nitric oxide, again, you've got to basically really get. Those are the things that I'm really particular about, and I'll and about them continuously, because I don't want people getting into any risk or harming themselves. Because a lot of people that promote some of this sort of stuff don't talk about this sort of stuff to people, and that's how people get into trouble. We've seen it before with the low carb community, not explaining about loss of sodium levels and stuff like that, and in ketosis and keto flu, never explaining that, and people sort of getting into trouble and ending up in emergency situations where they've gone into an emergency ward, which they didn't realize they needed more sodium, and their blood pressure was affected. Their sort of electrolyte status was changed, altered. So yeah, I don't do it accidentally. I do it because I care. I don't want anybody getting into trouble. So if I sound like a broken record, I'm going to continue sounding like a broken record. If people don't like it, I don't give a shit. I will basically continue doing that. As Luba knows, the sort of character I am, she knows me quite well. I will insist on those things because I bloody care. I don't want you guys getting into trouble. I want you to take this information, action it, but not put yourselves into any risk. Anyway, let's move on. And I'm not even selling the stuff. And I saw a clip of Brian Sanders, food loss, Twitter, of some of the Hadza. He was remarking as the teeth of a girl in the clip, and it was near perfect. Look, tribal societies, this is one thing that Weston A. Price noticed as well, that basically people that are not eating refined sugars, refined foods, and are eating species appropriate foods. I know a lot of people talk about the Hudzas and say, they eat a lot of, carbohydrates and tubers and honey and all that. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Yes, they eat some of this sort of stuff seasonally. That's all they do, seasonally. The majority of the stuff is they consume, basically, they hunt. That's primarily it. I mean, I've seen Hadza expeditions. It was actually even on one that I think the last one I thought was it the wild, the National Geographic Wild I think it was a National Geographic Wild one that I saw on the Hudsons ages ago, and they were out there hunting. That's what they do primarily. And even when they were actually walking around, they were, I think there was one case where they did eat a bit of honey, but just a bit. They smoked out the thing and they actually ate a bit of honey. And who cares? I mean, seasonally, honey is seasonal. So it's not like Saddle Boy that actually promotes it all year round. We're talking about a seasonal food, and also you're in in an environment where you're out there for hours and hours hunting and depleting deuterium. So I think for an hour, it's, 19 parts per million you can deplete per hour from memory. So you don't deplete a massive amount, but you do deplete. So if you have, let's say, something which is like 200 parts per million, and you're depleting about 19 parts per hour, you're out there for 4 to 6 hours sometimes, 3 hours in one direction, 3 hours back. You basically, let's get the calculation right. So 19 times 6, which is 114 parts. So basically minus 200, that's, you've already taken about, more than half out. So even that small amount of deuterium you've got from the honey, you've already eliminated to a large extent by being out there. So that's an advantage. Obviously, the majority of us, indoor dwellers in North America or Northern Europe or, the Australasian regional places like this where, we don't get a lot of UV throughout the day. I'm in here at the moment doing this. I'm getting any UV? Zilch. So I'm not depleting while I'm in here. See what you do to me? I'm failing to deplete enough because I'm here, doing a service for you guys. Yes, the suffering that I have to put myself through. And you have to be a bit comical about this. And the thing is that, the small amount. And the other thing is they actually eat it in the actual comb, like the honeycomb, the waxy material. Well, what do you think? I remember yesterday, because I actually was speaking to a friend of mine and actually mentioned the waxy material. And then my mate said, I don't think he understood what you said, Harry. But anyway, I'll try and re-explain it in a much more simplified way than I explained it to him. What is wax? Well, isn't cholesterol waxy material? Something similar, So basically it is fatty acids which are bonded through an oxygen molecule, which is sort of it's an ester to combine with an alcohol. And those sort of alcohols are also fatty acid-based alcohols. So really, basically, what you're getting is a structure that's got a bit of protein, a bit, and the majority of it is a sort of a waxy type, fatty acid or fat-derived substance, which is. So basically, you're getting in the honeycomb, you're getting small amounts of sugar or small amounts of honey. So when you're eating that, it's basically not even that sweet, and it's basically something that is basically very it's got a lot of fat to it as well, which can slow down the sugar coming in. So it's not like honey in a jar as well. And you've also got all that fat, which is part of the honeycomb, that is also will displace and balance out to some extent, the deuterium in the honey. Plus you're getting all the deuterium depletion. So you can see when you nuance it that way, how it actually ends up being very, very different, completely different. This is why it drives me up the wall, the reductionist nonsense that basically, Salad Boy comes up with. Paul is wrong, And he just makes shit up to basically serve his own narrative. That's what shits me off, that it's not really. And yeah. Anyway, that's my little rant for the day. Let's move on. Well known, you are a 4-4. You're better set up to handle higher fat intake. Shouldn't be an issue on a carnivore diet. Exactly. Actually, 4-4s are better able to uptake fat at a much higher rate. They are better in that regard. So yes, not a disadvantage at all. But you need to really keep away from the kibble. Can be very detrimental and deleterious. And also, when it comes to beta amyloid clearance, you have a lower beta, it's half. So a 3-3 has twice the beta amyloid clearance in the brain compared to a 4-4. I think it's around there, anyway. So yeah, so pretty much you need to keep it much cleaner than the rest of us in that regard. Less cheats or zero cheats are tolerable. Due to autoimmune issues, can I only eat beef at the moment? I can only eat. I take selenium too to balance the iodine. Good. Get your vitamin D levels up. Autoimmune disease is very highly associated with vitamin D. Just look at Lukey. He's basically improved his vitamin D status and his autoimmune condition. He feels very different. And his Hashimoto's, I suspect, is either gone away completely. He hasn't done the check, or basically is in extreme remission. So vitamin D is the big thing about autoimmunity. There's thousands and thousands of studies on PubMed in terms of vitamin D and autoimmunity. It's the reason why once all the craze, which was caused by the seed oils, incorporating bad oils into your skin made you more vulnerable to burning, which basically then meant, rather than actually getting rid of the seed oils, we said, no, we'll slap on crap on your skin so you can't take any UVB in to create basically vitamin D. And so we will make you vitamin D deficient. And that's what they've done to the whole population of the world, in the last 40 odd years. And as a consequence, autoimmunity has gone through the roof. The tight junctions in all mucosal layers, vitamin D dependent. Your gut is made of collagen. Collagen-degrading enzymes, MMPs, are regulated primarily by fat-soluble vitamins. Don't have enough fat-soluble vitamins. Now, you probably have the others, but you don't have the vitamin D, which is the absolute essential one. It's the most important one for prostate, breast tissue, breast cancer, breast tissue. Another reason why breast cancer has gone up, because the collagen-degrading enzymes and the regulation of clearing out fibrotic tissue and damaged tissue in the lungs, again, vitamin D. And then they wonder why women have these little growths and all that in their breast tissue. Vitamin D deficiency. It's endemic throughout the world, unfortunately. And that is really what is causing a lot of these issues. So get your vitamin D sorted. Oh, yes, it's always unfortunate, Lukey. Not enough people hitting that like button. What is it with you guys? Don't you like me? Aren't I being humorous enough? God, what do I have to do? Yes, it's a hard act. Hard gig, Lukey. Hard gig. You give them all your free time and dedication and all that and helping them out and for free. And they don't even want to hit the little like button, which is so easy to do. Yes. You'd think they are all suffering from some sort of mouse-induced, yes, rheumatic thing inflicted their body. So yes, they can't really move their, yes. Anyway, can you show me the amount of iodine present in animal products and all that? The link is you should go and check one of my videos that I've done on that I've actually shown on iodine sources. I do believe I have something like that. Look, I'll check. If I haven't, I'll try and rectify. That's an easy one to do. I can probably whip it out in a couple of minutes next week and then put it up. So, yeah, I'll check. I think I do have a little check. And bear with me for a sec in that regard. Got potassium, we've got I think I did it in one of my live streams. Anyway, I'll do something. That's an easy one to do. I think I just pointed out in one of the live streams and all that, but I'll do a proper one actually that explains exactly how much you can get from different foods and all that. So, yep, I will do something like that. And I'll do a proper one for selenium as well, because they're very easy to do. So to cover those points because of thyroid and all the other sort of biological functions, might as well get definitive once. Too simple, covers that perfectly, and then we don't need to address that anymore because there'll be a good video for it. I will rectify that. You're welcome, Trouble. Buck. Dusters for you, mate. Dusters, as Bart would say. Oh, well, you know, I'm equal opportunity. You know, if vegans want to come over here and literally hit that dislike button, you know, multiple times. Yes, I do thank them for disliking me. I'm easy, you know. It's one way even misanthropists can support this channel. All works with the crazy algorithms that YouTubia uses. Send in the naughty corner. Yes, and we'll send Shell along to give you a good spanking. G'day, Kate. Good to see you here. Yes. I nearly succumbed to the gutter again, unfortunately. Yeah. We'll chat later with Shell. What amino acids are present in pork rinds? Off the top of my head, I cannot remember all of them, but they tend to have more of the collagen types. You will get more, you know, like glycine and stuff like that. You will get more of those sort of things, but the exact quantities, you would have to look them up. I can't remember the website anyway. Yes. But it would be more of those collagen type aminos. So, which is good. I mean, that's why I actually like pork, because pork fat and pork skin does have a lot of that sort of gelatinous material as well, which is good, so it's quite good in a lot of aspects in its profile. Also, it has more niacin, much higher levels of niacin, which is also good for energy production. So lower deuterium levels, much better for the mitochondria. So in general, pork and pork products are quite good, and people should enjoy and consume them much more often without worrying, unless they've got they've got a religious reasons not to. That's fine. I've got no objection with that. But a lot of people who are both Muslims and Jews that I know that basically don't, and that's fine. There are other things that you can actually get those things from, which is certain seafoods and a few other things like that, and different types of bird, like the skin of a bird is a very good source as well for a lot of that sort of stuff. I think that's why what was it? I think I remember somebody mentioning to me a Jewish mother that they made a lot of bone broths from chicken sources. Like, they tend to make more of their bone broths from chicken, and they use a lot of the gelatinous material from the chickens as well. So that's another good source for those sort of the collagen-y type amino acids. I ate 99 boiled quail eggs 2 days ago. That was all I ate that day. Is that enough phospholipids and taurine? God, mate, fuck me. That's a lot of eggs. You outdid that other guy. Remember the old geezer that was doing on average 25 eggs a day, but sometimes he would do even 30 eggs a day. 99 eggs is well over that level. So it's nearly 50 eggs a day. Fuck me, mate. That's a pretty good effort, Buck. That's a pretty good effort, I would have to say. Exactly. Wow. I haven't even done that, and I do like eggs, but, bloody hell, mate. Yeah, exactly. Definitely. Yes. I think they have less compared to chicken eggs in terms of cholesterol, but still, it's quite a big effort. I think he probably outdid that other guy, that old geezer, the 88-year-old that was consuming shitloads. Nah, don't have to worry about that. It actually lowered. Nah, definitely not have to worry about that. It actually lowered his cholesterol, because the more you consume, the less your body has to produce. And if your chylomicrons take it and give it around to the body, well, the remnant's going to be very little, and the body's going to go, we've got boatloads. We don't have to produce as much. It's sort of even the Dave Feltman, he basically does the same thing when he ramps up his cholesterol, ramps up his saturated fats deliberately for a certain period of time, and then you go fast and do a fasted protocol. And as long as you're in nutrient surplus, what happens is your LDL goes down. So if you want to trick do the test so you can show a lower LDL, there's the only people that actually have issues when they consume either cholesterol or that is the hyper-responders. That's the ones that's got the ApoE 44 or 43. Yep. Where even myself, my cholesterol usually is between the 3s and the 4s, so it doesn't matter what I basically eat. It sort of moves between that because it's genetic, so it's a known issue. It doesn't matter what I eat. It only goes up actually when I actually combine sugar and fat. Then it will go above. It will go into the 5s. So telling me something, I shouldn't be eating that way. And even then, it's a non-issue. What your genetics determine is what you put in your mouth is the most important. So it's the HDL and the trigs, and even the trigs are not issue. Because if you're fasting, you're going to be releasing shitloads of triglycerides into the bloodstream as you're fasting. So is that bad? No, it's not. So if you do a 3-day fast or whatever, you're going to be offloading shitloads. So not an issue. What do you think of Oprah and Weight Watchers diet? It's absolute. I don't know if is that what she promotes. It's crap. Weight Watchers is basically just a kibble-based diet, and it doesn't work because basically what they do is they cut back your calories. It's calories in, calories out. I mean, the industry loves these diets, and I'll tell you why. Because it keeps you hooked. You lose some weight, you go back to your original diet, and you put on the weight and more, and then you have to go back to Weight Watchers and back to, Jenny Craig and all that. So basically, as long as you're a return customer, it's a perfect system. So you can't, and if you're ignorant, you're going to be blaming yourself, not them. They're going to say, well, I ate their foods, I got skinnier. And then basically now that I'm not eating their foods and I'm not, I'm being careful, I put the weight back on. No, the reason why you did that is because, yep, exactly, you're an animal. Exactly. My other moderators, Faplado, you should have enabled that. And it's unfortunate that she's promoting that sort of stuff. She shouldn't be, But again, look, she may not be supporting them. I don't know whether she is, because I don't watch, general TV. I'm not really, I don't have time basically. But generally speaking, it's not a good thing for people because they end up yo-yo dieting. One, a lot of these diets have not enough protein. And what happens is these people will be calorie restricting, their metabolic rate will come down, and also they will burn away more protein, more of their lean body mass. So their own muscles will atrophy slightly, and that will bring down their metabolic rate, because metabolic rate is really determined by your lean body mass. You want to actually lift your metabolic rate, start pumping iron. Simple as that. No ifs or buts or whatever. You want more higher metabolic rate, go to a gym and start lifting weights. Weight-bearing exercises are what are going to basically lift your metabolic rate. Other types of exercise, foods or whatever, will not increase your metabolic rate. When you fast, it slightly goes up for about 3 days and then it sort of plateaus out. But that's just a sort of a momentarily thing that happens. The reality is that only building muscle will basically increase metabolic rate, and actually improve insulin sensitivity as well and all that, because it'll take up all the extra sugar into glycogen stores in bigger muscles. So simple as that. It's, the rest of it's just nonsense. And a lot of these people, they go on these things, they lose muscle mass, and as a consequence, their metabolic rate comes down. So it takes even less food to make them fat again, and they yo-yo diet. That's the yo-yo diet, So Weight Watchers is just another piece of crappy yo-yo diet that people can extract more money from. So they're just as bad as other parts of the food industry or other parts of. I actually view Weight Watchers and groups like a bit like the supplement companies, basically just creating shit to basically rip people off in that regard. Harry, do you think taurine can help someone with an enlarged heart? Yes, and there is experimental evidence for that. I've talked about it. The left ventricular, and even the right part of the heart can actually be normalized. What taurine does, we don't fully understand the mechanism, but we know it works. It prevents the enlargement of the heart. Or to be more precise, to use the scientific term, the remodeling of the heart. So the heart is maintained and prevented from remodeling, which is really important. So it's what usually kills. Enlarged heart is what kills a lot of marathon runners. Their heart rate drops to very low levels, and in competition, sometimes they can die. Not a good thing, an enlarged heart. So there are certain genetic conditions that can cause it. And I usually say, if you've got that genetic condition, I want you on 10 grams of basically of taurine, not 1, 2, or 3, 10. Let me say it again, 10 grams of taurine. Obviously, you need to step it up, with what I've always talked about. But yes, an enlarged heart needs a lot of, that remodeling to be brought back to the proper physiological state that your genes would normally were designed to create as you grew up from a child. Anyway. Nothing like a cytokine storm. Yes, lower your D levels and get a cytokine storm. Yes. Yes. Hello to you as well, Fapnado Fappers. What is the Maasai LDL? That's a strange question to ask. Depends on what their genes are. It's going to vary amongst them, So it's genetically determined. It's not basically food determined only, so it would vary quite a bit. I've seen Maasai with very low LDL and others with much higher, depending on their genetics, eating the same exact foods. So it would be quite variable, like it is in all populations, and on all diets. That's not the problem. LDL isn't the problem. Is it oxidized or glycated? So is it damaged in some way? That's when it becomes a problem. Otherwise, it's a non-issue. Look, he's got some videos, some images for me. I'd better put them up, shouldn't I, Lukey? Oops. And let me turn that off and share my screen. And take off, remove myself. Hating vegetables, opposing repeatings. And the other one, hit carnivore diet, ice cream. Yes, very much. Shell actually gave me actually posted a comment about a carnivore recipe. So I will be an ice cream. God, I'm losing it. An ice cream sort of recipe. I did find another one online that I mentioned last time. I'm going to try both, and we will see how I go. So that'll be interesting to basically, play around with a more species appropriate ice cream, not the sort of shit that I've been buying. Even though it's the low sugar variety, it's still, it's got a lot of other fillers and emulsifiers and stuff like that. And it probably isn't a very good thing to basically putting into my diet. G'day, Lukey. Yes.
Oh, hello, everyone.
Yeah, so basically, I think that Lukey's right, about ice cream. I've sort of, but it should be the species appropriate type. Like Shell's put out there, and sometimes I've actually put out there, but I'm too damn lazy to create it myself. So I should basically pull my finger out and actually start creating some ice cream. I know my next door neighbor Ling, she's actually created some for me occasionally. She's brought it over and said, you want this, don't you? So she's made me ice cream, which is really nice of her. I do thank her for that. But I need to pull my finger out and start making some myself. I did actually get some South American derived, I can't remember which country. Can't remember now. Anyway, it's vanilla essence. It's
yes.
It's vanilla, but it's actually from, the sort of ethical sort of, sourcing it from proper where the farmers are not exploited and stuff like that. So it's one of those sort of things. So I've got that. And so I've got the vanilla side. I'm not going to use any sweeteners or whatever, alcohol sweeteners, because that's just crap. You don't need that sort of stuff. I mean, there's already glucose and galactose in there to provide some sweetening anyway. So basically, I'm going to do it with this. I've got the actual bovine gelatin as well. So I've got that as well, the bovine gelatin. So I bought that. So now I just need to combine it and actually make my own ice cream and give it an attempt and see how well I go. So, yes. So thanks, Shell. Yes, she's looking after me, so basically trying to keep me on the good path of, trying to improve my basically ice cream, formulation in a sense. Maybe I could actually consume my ice cream all week. That'd be great. Anyway, let's get back to, that'd be too much cream. So yeah, that'd be too much boatloads of energy coming in. I'd have to do more exercise. So yes. Exactly. As far as you know, Harry, what are the most medicinal plants? I imagine it's compounds rather than vitamins, that minerals that make something medicinal. Can you speak on some, please? I will be talking about some of these sort of things when I do my cancer thing. So you will have to wait and see. And that should be coming out on either... There are some that are really potent. I mean, look, some like you get in oregano and things like that, and rosemary and stuff like that do have hermetic effects, and that's primarily what they are. Basically, there are low-grade poisoning basically to induce a hermetic effect. So too much hormesis is never a good thing. So do they really have any real benefits? Not really. In an ancestral sort of setting where people had very low inflammatory diets and they wanted to induce hormesis, yes, they did have a value there. But in a modern environment where we're saturated in hormesis, EMFs, just walking behind a vehicle in exhaust pipes, all the particulates, we get plenty of hormesis to upregulate glutathione in our body. We don't need to actually poison ourselves even more with sulforaphane and a whole lot of other things to add to that, because there is a U curve, and when you go beyond that, so that's why we clean our diet up, we earth ourselves and do a lot of those sort of things. We get the sun, UV, vitamin D and all that sort of stuff, and deuterium depletion in order to reduce the amount of damage. And so the small amount of hermetic damage is coming from EMFs, from things like, the blue light and other things, other factors of that sort. What we do with that, we basically will reduce those effects by getting that little bit of glutathione from those effects. We don't need to add any more. So that's why I'm against. I think that they had their place in tribal societies in the past, but in today's world, we're getting more than enough hormesis. We just need to eat cleaner in order to basically make sure that we're not adding more damage. That's the only difference. So I hope that was quite clear on my views about that sort of stuff. And the other sort of stuff is really that it actually affects directly, mechanistically, certain pathways. And that's where there's more interest in that, because I know a lot of you guys that have got damaged older cells want to get rid of them. You will find out how. So you will have to wait until that video. So let's move on. Can't give everything away, Lukey. They have to watch the video. You've got to force them to sit there and watch it.
You gotta make some sort of, advertisement or a cliffhanger of sorts.
Exactly. That's it. It's clickbaity stuff. You promote your stuff there, and they go, I need that information because I'm in my middle age. but I have to damn watch Harry's video right through. How many hours it's going to be? Well, you can suffer and watch it and enjoy it, hopefully. I mean, don't you like my alluring voice? You know? Okay, can you please run down a few days of eating for you or what you recommend? I don't recommend anything to anyone. I just say eat a variety of animal foods. I don't eat the same every week, so I can't give you. Sometimes I'll have a bit more seafood. Sometimes I'll have a bit more pork. Sometimes I'll have a bit more beef, depending on how I feel. I mean, I had one day where throughout the whole week, I was just having big, massive steaks of lamb, like lamb chops, lamb steaks and stuff like that. And I just had, I don't know why I wanted lamb that much, but I just was having lamb for a whole, for 5 days in a row. And I just cooked up shitloads, and I was just taking it even to work, just having a lot. And like even one of the guys here, Jim, he actually goes, "Lamb again today, Harry?" Yep, lamb. So it varies. And sometimes I'll have, seafood and mussels. And sometimes I've had weeks where I've cooked extra soups, and stuff like that. So yeah, so it's really, it's really important. And if you take a look at, because we're all children of Africa, we all came out of Africa, and our genetics were along, they were really designed in that sort of environment. And where did people live? Along, if you take a look at all the archaeological evidence, it's along all these waterways, either coastal or the waterways within Eastern Africa and parts of Southern Africa and stuff like that. It's that's where our genes come from, our environment. So we always got a bit of fish in there. And even with the ancient Greeks, which I showed basically the nitrogen-15 isotope analysis, if you remember, it was a lot of ruminants, but there was some coastal fish as well. So I know from my own family in the mountains, they eat a lot of ruminants, but they also eat some river fish. So that's where they're getting their omega-3. So it's really important to get, and there are some conditions even with lungs where you can overuse for whatever reason. Your body may overuse like essential DHA, maybe more used, and EPA, and as a consequence, your needs may go up for whatever reason. Sometimes they can vary, so they're not always fixed and all that. And so it's important to vary the diet and stuff like that. Because that's what our ancestors did. Occasionally, they'll go and, thieve eggs off the, as vegans would say, off the little birds, off the birds, So and kill and slaughter some of those animals that we hunted down and things like that, So we had varied sources. Even fishing. That actual bones have actually been found in parts of Africa, throughout the whole Mediterranean and many other parts of the world, like even in Greece, in some of the Aegean islands, they found like little fish bones that were actually designed as hooks for fishing. And they found the same sort of stuff, same design in Africa and other parts of the world, because humans just took that technology with them, and actually adapted it to local conditions. So it's slightly different because the fish bones that they can access and other bones that they get and the things that they can access were slightly different. But yep, a lot of that application was there. And so, a lot of that knowledge was there. I mean, probably the only tribal group in the world that was the most advanced at the time would be the Australian Aborigines. They were more advanced, but again, because of environmental and climate topography, I've always said, civilization follows topography. It's not genetics. It's not your racial group or whatever. That's just nonsense. That's just crap that all the racists peddle out there. It's really basically your environment that actually drives, like Greece and Italy and all that, why there were so many city-states competing and creating more innovation quicker, again, because of the topography, the way it is. Very hard to build. You have to have an open plain to create an empire where you can dominate much easier. There's topographical reasons why certain things happen in certain ways. But in Australia, because when they came in about 50,000 years, depending on who you talk to, they literally took out all the mega beasts. So a lot of the mega beasts were wiped out from hunting. So they had to then innovate, because the only things that were there was primarily a lot of marsupials that hopped around called kangaroos. So the necessity created to basically innovate. And so, where all other tribal groups, until they got into agriculture to develop civilization, surpluses, because only surpluses can give you the capacity to build civilization and money exchange or whatever else. But until that point, and you basically had most tribal societies around the world were very much at a similar level of development. But in Australia, they actually innovated quite quickly. And the reason for that is because they had these hopping marsupials around, and you couldn't hunt them very easily. The damn things can hop like mad, and they don't sweat like normal ruminants. Like in Africa, you can just walk behind, it sweats, and then run quickly and spear it. But an animal that basically, tends to move very fast, it's very hard to get at. And so they actually created like a little lever behind where you could actually put the spear in, and you could actually, throw it in such a way where you could actually get high velocity, higher speed, and penetration, and also the quicker speed could actually keep up with, as the kangaroo was hopping, you could actually line it up and sort of quickly, and then hit the kangaroo it was hopping past in that regard. So very successful hunters for kangaroos. And so that's where innovation happens. Innovation is a necessity of the environment. It's your topography and environment that innovates, and it's the same thing in their environment. The worst thing, they went to the worst continent, because right in the middle of Australia, there's this weather pattern that actually just dries out the whole continent. Very hard to develop agriculture, and let alone there was nothing to domesticate beyond dingoes. And that's as far, it was, really hard. Even though they traded with some of the Southeast Asians, really hard if you can't bring technology which you can actually work in. You have to sort of get to a certain level before, like Industrial Revolution, beyond, before you can exploit certain parts of the world. And even today, if you take a look, none of us have the capacity or technological capacity to exploit the Antarctica yet. So it depends on how technologically we develop, whether we can exploit certain environments. And that's how environments can be limiting on how populations can progress or develop. So that's another one of my anti-racist rants, but it's logical, it's sound on basically how topography drives development of different sorts. And that's why you have, if you take a look at around the world, I always look at environmental and topographical characteristics, how they evolve over time, and what they can allow and not allow in terms of development capacity, which is what I call, your environment plays a big role. And it's very important to understand that sort of stuff. And I always basically go back to these critical things about looking at environment and learning. We can learn a lot, because I'm very much a big supporter, as you know, Lukey, of regenerative farming.
Yes.
And how important that is in improving the environment. Unfortunately, in some parts of the world, like in Brazil, where you are, there's a lot of the big companies that are basically just decimating a lot of their areas and just growing kibble. And in parts of Africa, we've got people like fucking Bill Gates and his mob and his kibble culture mob that are trying to basically really damage the population in that environment. With bringing in all these GMO crops and stuff like that, and displacing some of the original crops that these people have relied on for thousands of years and are reliable, and also some of the other food production systems that they've got. They're trying to undermine them. I know some of the tribal groups that were, like the Hudsers and others, have been pushed out of national parks due to environmentalists saying that humans should not be in national parks. We've only been there for thousands of years. We shouldn't be in there. The same thing with the Samburu people. Remember when I did a chat with Bart ages ago and talking about the Samburu people, how a lot of them, they were pushed out of the Kalahari and parts of, it's actually worse in parts of Africa. And again, these Western dickhead environmentalists who have come in and told them to push the sand people out. Guess what has happened? Desertification has increased, and also erosion and damage to the environment has increased because some of the predator animals that humans were predators towards are now just destroying the environment because the environment doesn't have a predator. It's unbalanced.
No, Harry, humans are not part of nature,
Oh yes. If you talk to the crackpot post-humanists, no, we're not. Oh God, exactly. Crazy world. Let's go on. I had my other rant. Grass-fed beef mixed with heritage beef, bred pork, hot dogs, coriander oil. Is that bad? I wouldn't use any oils that come from plants, mate. I just would not use any oil.
Coriander oil is in the blend of flavors that make up the cola flavor. So in Coca-Cola and other cola flavors.
Yep. Yeah, they're not good. They're not good, guys. They're just none of this. They oxidize. They're rancid. They're high in aldehydes. They're not good for your body at all. Probably the least egregious is probably the tropical oils like coconut and palm oil. But then again, do you have a salicylate issues? Large parts of Africa don't have a salicylate issue. Large parts of Southeast Asia don't have a salicylate issue. People in the Pacific have zero salicylate issue. They are fully adapted. Most people in the Mediterranean are also fully adapted. But if you go to Northern Europe and also some of the indigenous people of Northern Europe, like, the Sami, the Inuit and people like that throughout the whole of North Eurasia, the northern parts there, they also are very sensitive to salicylates and can be very much harmed. So it's really important that we're careful with these sort of things in that regard. Yeah, please don't use oils. They're really bad for you, believe me. I don't even use olive oil. And that's the, tropical oils and olive oil is the least problematic. Well, tropical oils are olive oil if it's cold and cold pressed and all that is probably least problematic. But still, you don't need them. Animal foods are much richer in fat-soluble vitamins and all sorts of things, and you don't need as much. With regards to iron and copper, is the testing approach appropriate considering possible iron accumulation? The only issue with you will get, if you eat even a steak-only diet, you'll get enough copper. The body will basically, because of those metalloproteins that are actually, the issue with iron is basically, is it heme or non-heme? So is that putting an additional load on your body to convert and stuff like that? So the body actually can regulate really well heme iron and basically not absorb as much if you're actually eating more, and it doesn't need as much. It's actually, this is why people with hemochromatosis have better iron management, and the issue goes away when they go carnivore. It's the plants and the non-heme iron, and some people, because eggs are also non-heme iron, I usually recommend to people with hemochromatosis, no eggs. Get those nutrients that you would normally get, phospholipids, choline, selenium, and all those sort of things that you would normally get from eggs, get it from liver. So, but that's only for people with hemochromatosis, not for the rest of us. That does not apply. But no, iron accumulation isn't an issue whatsoever. It's usually people on a kibble diet. If you take a look, people that get these sort of things are dysregulated is usually pretty much on a kibble diet. You don't see it in tribal societies. You don't see it in people eating indigenous diets. It's only when people start eating inappropriate foods that everything dysregulates and goes haywire in a number of different ways. So, No, I don't think you'd have to. If you're on a species appropriate diet, Dylan, don't worry, don't waste your money. Unless you've got hemochromatosis, that's a different issue, and then you will see improvements if you keep strictly out all non-heme iron. Harry, are you aware of Gary Fetchy? Yep, I am. Peter Bruckner, yep, they're good Australians. I do know them quite well. James SP putting forth a submission. Oz dietary guidelines. Had no idea. Are they? Okay. I know Gary's wife, she's been doing a lot of the rounds for quite some time now, and she's been involved in guidelines and stuff. She did a lot of videos on the guidelines and stuff like that. So I didn't realize the guys were getting together and doing something. Yeah, it's good to hear. That's actually good. About time. We need to push back some of this sort of stuff. Gary's seen a lot of people, a lot of diabetic people that he had to deal with, cut their limbs off and stuff like that. So he doesn't want to be doing that for the rest of his life, And I think, Sean Baker as well has seen a lot of, limb removing surgery. So they know what it's causing it. They can see. Their problem is they're just frustrated that the medical community, the rest of it, so basically being brainwashed by the food pyramid and the food guidelines and all that. And so we do need pushback and trying to, get changes here. I think guidelines are one thing, trying to push, but I think also class action. I think at the end of the day, organising some sort of class action, creating a fund and saying, let's put money into a fund, an illegal fund, and let's go after these people for the charlatan, poor, nutritional, that they are harming people by using the worst types of research. That's how going in there and begging them to basically look at our submissions. Turn a flamethrower under them. That's what really we need to do. Stop being nice and we need to be adversarial and hostile in our adversarialness, because that's the only way. These guys are pushing guidelines which are pushing the whole society into a kibble, sort of reality. We don't need that. More people are going to be harmed, and more people are going to increase in sickness and interdependency on the food and pharmaceutical industries. They will control the society far more than what they do currently. And they will displace good producers as a consequence, which will make it even harder to reverse the damage. So the war has to be conducted against these people. We need to expose them for the misanthropic information they're putting out there. And we need to take them to court and show that they are using the worst evidence, not the best evidence, and they are basically liable. They should be held liable for basically misinforming the public and basically, as a consequence, causing a lot of harm. And they should be prosecuted as the criminals that they are. Gloves have to come off. This sort of bullshit. Oh, let's just go and ask them. Oh, will you consider our submission? No, fuck them. Go after the bastards. That's what we really need to do. We're too soft. Where's that carnivore spirit, that tribal war type spirit to fight these bastards?
Yeah, that's what we need for sure.
I've been for a couple of years with a few indiscretions, but yeah, they do. That is true. It's the reason why you don't get any centenarians amongst the Mexican people. You show me one centenarian in Mexico. Don't exist.
It's funny. Most of the centenarians that ever were recorded here in Brazil, they were actually immigrants. So they still had their old eating habits. They were not eating tons of starch like we do over here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you take a look at, most people, you have to keep insulin under control. Simple as that. You take a look at the Okinawans. Again, Mary exposing the lies about the blue zones and all that. And she's done really good work because she was a vegetarian. She thought that was the way to go. So, she turned up at Ikaria in Greece and got the shock of her life, realized, oh shit, everything I've been taught is a lie. Not wrong, a lie. People, a lie. She was lied to. She believed as a vegetarian, Mary Ruddock believed that basically a vegetarian is what the Icarians consumed diet, and they were the longest lived people. And then she went there and she saw basically granddads actually at midday having basically pork belly. And she was shocked because she saw basically what they really ate. And they didn't eat much kibble at all. It was only basically and the only people that actually ate kibble were the younger people that were less healthy and the people around the coastal areas where they were more exposed to tourism and stuff like that. The reality is when you're exposed to tourists, you start eating things that the tourists eat as well, which is problematic. But if you're inland and you're basically pastoral and you're eating your traditional diet, it's quite clean and very low carb in design and very animal heavy in animal foods. And that is why they were healthy. So again, the same thing with the Okinawans. Pork. We start the day, they have a tradition. They say we start the day with pork and we finish the day with pork. They don't say that. It's part of their culture. They venerate the pigs. They've actually got little statues outside their homes and actually their shops of pigs because they're considered one, that they will protect the family and also that they will give them good luck and stuff like that. They venerate pigs. So it's beyond me how these people can say the complete opposite, but that's the charlatans. And the questionnaires that they do, they lie in all the questionnaires. Like they misrepresent or they don't have a whole lot of food groups. So people just answer the stuff that they're in the list. If it's not in the list, they don't answer it. So it doesn't get included. So it skews all the evidence. This is the problem when you have sort of charlatans doing nutritional, epidemiological junk science. You get basically lies and misinformation. And that's what we've had for a very, very long time. You look at any population in the world, people say, oh, it's the smoking or it's this. Bullshit. I mean, the Inuit smoke like heathens. They even did not deprive their own children from smoking. And you know what? They had no word for cancer, no word for cardiovascular disease. If you're on a kibble diet and you're already highly inflamed and damaged, adding a bit of extra inflammation isn't going to be good for you. It's going to make it slightly worse. And so you will have a strong association between smoking and heart disease and cancer and all that. That's true. And the reason for that is because you're already damaged and very vulnerable. When you add additional poison, you could just go over that threshold and cause a problem where it may have taken a couple of decades to manifest normally. With a kibble diet, you actually are progressing it much more rapidly with adding those extra things. If you've got a clean diet like the Inuit, adding something as toxic as smoking, and again, their smoking wasn't like our smoking. It didn't have a million different chemicals like the modern smokes have. So there's a lot of, it's very nuanced. So there's a lot of things as well, so yes. Let's move on. Carnivore 13 months. Good for you. G'day, Honest. Good to see you here. Ah, yes, me and Lukey are A-OK. Nutrient deficiencies. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say yes. I'm really okay, especially now that I did another carnivore day yesterday, and it's starting to pile up. I'm noticing that I'm not only feeling good, like the day I'm doing carnivore diet, but the days after now, if I feel better somehow. It's weird.
Yep, exactly. You're getting more of the fat soluble vitamins in there. Obviously, you get vitamin D because you're out in the sun and all that, which is good.
I've been eating a lot of eggs.
And which is really good as well. So it's, the nutrients in there that support your brain, your thyroid, all the different parts of your body are so fantastic. Choline, plenty of choline in eggs, which basically means you export fat out of your liver. You want to eliminate. I've done a video on that about choline and fatty liver. Is it a choline deficiency? More than likely, if you're not eating animal foods and eating a lot of sugar and other crap, you're not going to export that fat out. Choline is very much important as a transporter of fat out of your liver.
Was it choline that I think it was kind of discovered because people were getting food in hospitals and they were getting fatty liver disease, and I think
I think there was something in regards to that.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the actual nutrients that they had actually realized that some of the stuff was not nutrient appropriate. It's a bit like the formulas that they had for the kids. They realized, it's missing a number of different things, and taurine and a few other things, which is in mother's milk. And they go, that's why these kids are not growing properly. So, yeah, they had to make adjustments to their formulas and all sorts of things. Unfortunately, that did not filter out into the formulas that doctors use that are basically designed by pharmaceutical companies specifically for children and stuff like that, are completely different than the formulas that people buy in the stores. Those ones don't have taurine and a whole lot of other things, because the expectation is, because taurine is a more expensive supplement, the expectation is it's all cost, profits, that basically people will give the child some solid foods. And in the past, it was more meat. The problem is now people are getting formulas without a lot of meat. That's a problem, because kids have got less taurine. And I think some of the reasons for the explosion in some of the neurological issues that kids are facing is probably lack of taurine in early age, and also vitamin D, and a few other things. So that's the problem. And it can vary, and that's why we see all these strange type of these problems with kids in younger age, because their diets can vary slightly, and they may be missing this or that factor or whatever. So, and but they're all part of the same sort of problem, I do great. So do the Okinawans, and so do many other populations that live very long lives. So, yeah. People can have a sensitivity to some pork, but I think it's usually related to a lot of like gut dysbiosis and gut permeability, where the issues happen with certain things. Where beef seems to be a bit more neutral, but even beef, let me put it this way, even beef, if you're, Kate, you get bitten by ticks, certain ticks that can basically make you very vulnerable to beef, and so you can react badly. So you have to come off beef for a couple of months until you desensitize, and then come back on it. And usually the option then is to go to seafood like tuna and other things like that for a period of time, or chicken, until you can resensitize and come back to red meats. So the only thing I haven't looked at, Lukey, do you know about these ticks and pork? Is there an effect there? I don't think there is, but I'm not sure.
I think there is, because the problem is
Okay.
The protein is called alpha-gal, I think. And that's the protein that, when the tick bites you, that's the protein that modulates the immune response. And so that protein is also present in pork, if I'm correct.
Okay. Yeah. I know that lamb and beef, goat and stuff like that, but I wasn't sure about pork because I hadn't looked into it.
Yeah, and there's a thing as well when people get xenotransplants. For example, when you get a pig's heart, there's a process where they wash it with a specific solvent, so it actually removes the alpha-gal from the pig heart, because it can become a rejected because of
exactly. That. Yeah, that's true. Okay, wasn't aware of that. Oh, there you go. We learned something from. Thanks, Loki. Appreciate that about transplantation and stuff like that. Yeah, I wasn't sure about pork. I thought it may have been, but I wasn't sure, whether it was or wasn't. So, but thanks for the info. Anyway, interesting about carbs. Not being necessary to build skeletal. Definitely excited. Yes, that video is definitely coming. Yes, no, you don't. Otherwise, Inuit would be basically spineless and boneless. Inuits are quite muscular men. They have to be, because they have to literally cart things long distances and stuff like that. They are very strong people. They're actually even more muscular than some of the North American Plain Indians people were. So it's nonsense. You do not need you only need a small amount of insulin to basically drive muscle protein synthesis. It actually is leucine that actually is the driver and actually pushes up insulin even higher than you would normally get from proteins. Now, that's where a pork, which is much low insulinogenic, could be an issue in terms of muscle protein synthesis. So pork would not be the most favorable the most favorable protein source for muscle protein synthesis. Yeah, it's the leucine content, which is a big thing. So that plays the role. It's the reason why a lot in the carnivore community have sort of prioritized beef, muscle meat, and and less chicken and pork and stuff like that. But as I said, if you have a mix, it's not an issue.
Actually, I've met some new people over here in the building, and I was actually talking to one of the guys about how I've made significant muscle gains by combining dairy and eggs. And one of the girls overheard me, and she was like, "But what about the carbs?" Those are not needed. Sorry.
Exactly. And in the end of the day, I mean, dairy does have some carbohydrate, but I don't see that as really important. It's actually the whey. The whey has the branched chain amino acids, and Precisely. It's that part. It's the leucine in that. It actually has more leucine than actually red meat, and actually will give you a bigger anabolic and insulin spike than meat will. And that's the reason why bodybuilders used eggs and dairy in the past for muscle protein synthesis more, because of the stronger anabolic effects of leucine. So, obviously nowadays they do some idiotic things where they take steroids and they add BCAAs to basically try and get more. But yeah,
it's funny.
Crazy stuff like that people do.
As the quality of a bodybuilder's diet became worse and worse, they started using more and more drugs to compensate for the fact that they don't get enough nutrition.
Exactly. Yeah, it's you go back to if you look at the old bodybuilders, they had massive wide chests, big bodies and all that, but they were very basically a six pack. There was no pudginess there or whatever. Yeah. Look at all the new bodybuilders now, though. They're all got that pudgy stomach. Yeah, it's all the sugar that they're consuming. That's what it is. And it's raising the insulin for far too long. It's keeping insulin up far too high. That it does not enhance muscle protein synthesis, guys. It does not. It's the amino content and the leucine in there that basically is driving that. And if you can spike insulin and take out protein and that insulin effect, and you spike insulin, you're not going to get any more. You're not going to get much more muscle. There's a threshold, a small threshold where insulin works as muscle protein synthesis. Above that, it does nothing. Zero. The studies will show that. Zero. So basically, it's crap. These people are just basically they just want to push sugar. That's basically it.
Yeah,
like the Ray Peat shit.
They will end up diabetic at the end of their careers,
They do. it's the same thing that happens like to, because they're physically very active. Take a look, for instance, people that actually build up a lot of body fat, like like a lot of these guys who, and also the Japanese sumo wrestlers.
Sumo, yeah.
Yeah. They are insulin sensitive. If you test them, and also their blood sugars tend to be quite on the lower part. And you would think with all that weight, how come these people are not insulin insensitive, and how come they're not diabetic or whatever else, or even pre-diabetic? They're not.
It's subcutaneous fat.
Exactly.
Mostly.
Because they're only eating glucose. They're eating excess glucose. What is excess glucose? Not fructose. They don't eat any fructose. It's all rice. They're eating basically excess glucose. Glucose creates subcutaneous fat, massive amounts of it. And that's what they do. And they're very physically active. The only problem is where sumo wrestlers get into trouble is when they leave the profession after and they start eating a lot of junk food, where they don't do their strict glucose protein type diet, and then they start eating whatever, that's where they get into trouble, where a lot of that fat that they've got can partially be converted into basically visceral. So things can change very rapidly, going from, starting to accumulate more visceral compared to subcutaneous fat, and they really get into trouble very fast. And that's what it's usually at the end of their profession. Like a lot of these athletes, when they're actually repleting and depleting glycogen, it's only when they get to that's when they get into trouble. So, as I said earlier, in the Maasai, yes, they have a certain amount of sugar in from the milk that they consume, but they consume milk heavily for a couple of days, and then they go to meat, and then they swing back and forward. But at the same time, they're depleting that glycogen by they're walking their animals long distances to find, because it's a semi-arid type environment, so you need to continually, so they don't overgraze in one area. And then you create desertification, which is not good. So there are reasons why they do it, but that means they're also depleting all the glycogen. So, somebody sitting in an office doing no weightlifting and all that and guzzling down liters and liters of milk, not a good idea. So all has to be, considered that's why I say if somebody's trying to lose weight or somebody's got insulin resistance, don't do dairy. Keep it clean, Yes. Gideon, good to see you, mate, here. It's been a while. Hi, Harry, all. Is it possible for high doses of antibiotics to cause candida issues for strict carnies? Yes, it is. If you knock out your gut microbiome severely and you do not restore, usually it takes, because there's only so much of a pool of B vitamins, and the body uses a lot of them as cofactors. So you only got to have a very small amount to actually restore your gut microbiome. That's why I say, I haven't done the video yet. I know it's coming at some stage, but you basically need a B complex vitamin for 3 months to restore and vitamin D to restore your gut microbiome, so you can prevent candida taking growth. Once candida takes growth, there's a couple of things you have to do to get rid of it, and I still need to do that video as well, like a lot of other things. It is coming in the either at the end of this month or early next month. So I will have something on candida protocol, and I will have, and now I've got my medical disclaimer as well, which is fantastic. I can do all these sort of videos without having to worry. I can put the disclaimer on.
You made a template?
Well, I've got the disclaimer now, because the other ones, remember, a lot of my other videos are just sort of general information, science and stuff like that. But now I want to do some sort of like protocols for people. If you've got this, what do I do? That's actually medical advice similar. You've got to have a disclaimer for that. So otherwise YouTube can remove the video. So that's why I had to, I've just been a bit lazy, in creating a medical disclaimer to be able to do that. So yeah, it is coming now, that sort of stuff. So I had to do it for that, because for the cancer one and the whole lot, because I wasn't planning to do the cancer one until towards the end of the year. I just want to do other stuff like I've been doing, looking at, people saying this, because it's a no bullshit channel. That's what my focus is. So people say they made this claim. I can show why this claim is bullshit. It's the same thing that Bart does. We do something very similar, complementary. I do that. He does the research bullshit, which is what. But, we occasionally do some stuff in terms of, protocols and stuff like that. But there are a lot of people with a lot of issues, and they've been hounding me saying, oh, can you do a video on this or that? So, yeah, I sort of have to pull my finger out and do the research and do proper videos on proper protocols that actually do work. It's not enough to basically say, well, I've heard this does and that does. You've got to look into the research. And once I looked into a bit of the research, even with the cancer stuff, I realized there's a lot of stuff out there that really is just associational, doesn't potentially work. It may be a waste of money. So we need to find out things that actually really did work, things that really did, remove senescent cells by causing apoptosis, not just maybe or whatever, but actually mechanistically did have been proven to work. So it's those sort of things that actually, where you can actually see quite clearly this animal's got so much senescence. You've got basically two twin animals being cloned. They're cloned animals. One is induced more senescence than the other, and or at different times or whatever. And then you basically put it through the same feeding regime and everything, and then you knock it off, and then you check to see what's actually happened. And so you've got a control. You've got one that's actually had the nutraceutical and seen the result. Oh, this has got less senescence than the other one. Oh, that means it's doing something. It's eliminating those senescent cells, and that's how you get. As we said, to do the same study, you'd have to do it with humans that are twins and then knock them off at the end and then test them. That's not going to get past an ethics committee. Sorry. Exactly. So yeah, that's that's how it sort of works. But I say, look, it's a mammal, and it's going to be, mammals all work physiologically very similar. We've got a common ancestry. Where we have differences in dietary are not appropriate to do dietary studies with animals because we've got different ways, in that regard. But a lot of the other stuff, which is, is valid. Does something kill you? Is it toxic to you? Can you eliminate certain senescence? Can you extend? Those sort of things are plausible. Now, they may work different rates in different animals. That's true because of genes again, and metabolic rates and other things like that. But at the same time, you still can derive quite a lot of information. So, yeah. Anyway, yes. My 4 year eating liver, oysters, and eggs like candy. Yes. Sounds good, honest. Absolutely sounds good. Do you want to adopt me? But I think actually it should be the other way around. I should adopt you. We've got actually better oysters in Hobart. We do have. Okay, I know I'm going to hear from other people. No, you don't. We have better oysters in my part of the world or whatever. Nah. Southern Ocean, cleanest ocean in the world. Southern Ocean. There's only Antarctica after here. So New Zealand are the only people that can argue that they've got just as good oysters as we in Tasmania. But I'm not going to actually allow them to argue that they've got better. I'll slap them down, including Bart, if he says they've got better oysters than we. Nah, I'd say we're probably slightly better, but I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna lie and cheat on the oyster thing about Tasmania. Tasmania's superior to New Zealand. Go Tassie! Anyway, local parochialism.
It's funny. I've never had oysters. Still have to try them.
Kidding me?
And I've never had them. And the thing is, whenever I would go to vacation on the coast, and I would always see those guys like selling oysters by the beach and stuff. But I would hear a lot of stories about people having food poisoning afterwards. And it's like I still haven't managed to find like a trusted source that I could actually have some oysters. And the thing is, my first contact with oysters was in these trips, and it always was weird because people would get food poisoning, and my mom was always like, no, you're never going to have oysters because look at what happens. And I was like, okay. So I never went after oysters anymore. I still have to try them.
Yeah, but they were consuming raw oysters.
Yes.
See, there's a bacteria in North America, in the US, in parts of the US, which if it gets into the oyster and you have it, it could actually be life-threatening. So in North America, you really, to be safe, you should cook them. But in Tasmania, that doesn't exist. It's not an issue. So we don't have any of those sort of pathogens in the waterways. So it's a non-issue. Neither do we have a lot of the runoff issues that North America has and other parts of the world, which have a lot of intensive, petrochemical, pesticide type runoffs, which can be a problem also for not only for oysters, mussels, and all sorts of other crustaceans, coastal type things. And that's a problem. Where Tasmania here, the waterway's so clean, not an issue. So we don't worry about that sort of stuff. I consume raw oysters. I'll buy 6 raw oysters now and then, every week or fortnight, depending. As I said, because I do vary. I don't have a consistent diet. Yeah, so I enjoy them with a bit of lemon juice. Oh God, I'm getting hungry. Yes, but you could also cook them and put a bit of bacon on top. So there's another, and a bit of butter. That's really nice as well. I'll say to the guy, look, just don't open them. I'll just take them like that in a bag. I'll take them home. I usually go to work, put them in the fridge, down the waterfront, which is just very close to where I work. I work very close to the waterfront. So then I'll just take them, put them in the fridge at work, and then I'll take them home. And that night is when I will have them and cook them and have them at that night. I don't, usually when I get seafood, I cook it the same day. So I'm very much quite meticulous about that. Keep it as fresh as possible because of the omega-3s and stuff like that. And, you don't want things going rancid and stuff like that. Seafood should be cooked. Or if you're going to cook seafood, make sure that it's been snap frozen when it was caught. And then it's fine because you basically, it's as fresh as it was snap frozen. As long as it's in a deep fridge and a freezer, and you don't have an issue. Anyway, let's move on. Talk too much about seafood. Tuna salad, 8 eggs, good for you. Probably don't need the avocado oil. That's expensive. God, that's even more expensive than olive oil.
Yes,
that is pricey stuff, mate. You must have quite a bit of squid. Just melt a bit of butter like they did in the past, and just put it on top of your tuna and egg salad.
And I mean, if you're feeling fancy, maybe make some bacon mayonnaise.
Yes, that usually, I always, as I say, there are so many paradoxes when people say, "Oh, you need this." You need carbs for kids to grow. Then you can say, what about the Inuit? Multiple generations, no problems whatsoever. And immediately, you hear the silence. You can drop a pin, and you can hear the pin drop, because basically they've just been pantsed. They just realised that they were basically caught with their pants down. You've pantsed them in front of everyone. They look ridiculous. That's the thing. We are too nice. You need to be aggressive. I usually pants people. Maybe that's why some people don't like me. Anyway, but I usually don't. I really get bored with people who are just basically talk nonsense. I don't mind. I don't deliberately go out of my way, but at the same time, when people insist and make that I've checked it out. I'm really, I'm going, no, it's not the case. You don't really need, and they really insist. Then I think it's more than acceptable if they're basically making out that you don't know what you're on about, to basically show with that simple statement, you've already proven that they completely don't know what they're talking about. Because even somebody that doesn't know nothing about the research, when they hear that, they're going to say, yeah, what Harry's saying is that makes logical sense. If that was the case, if we needed carbs, why the Inuits thriving in that sort of environment? They're kids. So you really need protein. So he makes more logical sense than you do. So immediately it just takes them out of the conversation. You just have to show. It's like people say, oh, one egg will kill you. And then you say, well, this old gee's outlived his parents and all that, 25 eggs a day on average. And he did better than his mother and father in longevity and had no health issues at 88. And they sit there and go, okay, how do I argue against that? Well, you've got no argument. You've already been blown out of the water. If one's going to kill you, 30 should basically annihilate your health. And this person had got really good cholesterol, really good health, and outlived his parents. So no longevity genes there either. And I point that out deliberately. That's just like rubbing salt into the wound, as one would say, because you say, well, his father died from potentially cardiovascular, maybe related things. We don't know because it was a long time ago. At 40, and his mother just got to 76. She didn't live very long either compared to him, and he's 88 and been doing for multiple decades. And when you do that, it's like rubbing salt, because you're basically saying, well, one, you're a crackpot by saying that eggs are bad for you, and then I'm going to rub salt in it and say basically his parents didn't even have longevity genes, because I know the moment you say that, you know what they go, oh, he must have had genetics. No, I'm not even going to give you that. I'm going to rub really salt into that wound. And then they've got nowhere to go, But, guys, we're carnivores. Let's stop apologizing for what we are. There's plenty of highly carnivorous societies like the Inuit, the Maasai, and all that, multiple generations. It's their kibble culture that is not basically multiple generations, No, I say, point me to one vegan society in the world. Multiple generational vegan society. Things go quite very fast. We're doing the experiment now. Exactly. And it's not looking very fucking good. You just have to look at vegan deterioration, a whole lot of other videos and a whole lot of other ex-vegans. Not looking good for them, that experiment. So let's not be too, they slap us around. They actually have a go at us. Let's just put it back to them. Don't be nice about it. Oh, I mean, fuck them. If they are sitting there being condescending towards us carnivores, let's just stick it to them with smarts. Anyway, I have never really liked pork. Oh, trouble. Oh, you're going to make me cry. So I can't comment, as I don't eat it. You don't eat pork. Oh. You like bacon? Well, you do eat pork then. If you like bacon, well, pork. Bacon comes from pork. Just give you a bit of heads up on that. What's the problem with avocado oil? Actually, it's got a real good. It's expensive. It's got a real good smoke point. Actually, it's got the highest smoke point of any oils out there. So you can actually go really high in terms of the temperature you can cook it at. But reusing it can be a problem, because it will, degrade far more than any animal source which you can reuse. But beyond that, the reuse issue, one, it's expensive, and second, it's unnecessary. So if you're going to get some fat in, get it from something like animal foods that is going to have more fat-soluble vitamins, you're going to get more nutrition from. So let alone you're going to save yourself some money. Delicious and expensive trouble. I'm honest. That's all I can say. you to eat more seafood, love eggs, just worried about the chickens are being fed. I wouldn't worry too much, you know. All animals, even ruminants and whatever else, do have detoxification capacities. Yes, slightly the fatty acid profile may change slightly a bit, but you know what? It's not massive. And the reality is even high amounts of PUFA from animal foods is not a problem. So don't worry about it. You know, the guy that ate the eggs, he was consuming 30 eggs a day or 25 eggs on average. You know how much PUFA that is? 17.5 grams of PUFA per day.
Wow.
For multiple decades. Let me say that again, 17.5 grams of PUFA. That's the sort of levels even some people on a kibble diet don't consume. Do you see the difference? What a paradox that is. That's what I mean. When I get low carbers or other carnivores say, oh, animal, PUFA's really bad, all forms of PUFA. And I go, well, yeah. So this old man was actually having 17.5 and actually was in better health than probably you are. And you're telling me it's actually bad for you, animal PUFA? And you see their jaw drops to the ground and they've been pantsed and they just realized that basically they just lost the argument right there.
It's funny because like Frank was against the consumption of pork rinds because he was afraid of the omega-6.
Oh, fuck. What a wanker. Absolute. What a tosser. No wonder he just poor advice and he just went off the rails. Doesn't surprise me. Somebody told me he's completely off the YouTubia now.
Yeah, he abandoned it. It's been over a month, I think.
Okay. So, well, we may see him again. Who knows? Come back as a vegan. That would be funny.
Oh, God. But it's funny how...
Anything is possible with Frank.
Yeah, anything is possible. It's funny how he started having the most depressive episodes when he was on his new diet,
Basically. When he was on the more kibble,
yes,
cookies, people were telling me he was making
grains,
cookies and all sorts of things.
Granola bars,
yeah. And let alone his sister with her health problems and her mental health problems, she should be completely away from all that sort of stuff. If we look at Amber O'Hearn and other people with bipolar and all sorts of things, they resolve when they're on a carnivore diet. And, the last thing he should be putting his sister on kibble again.
He actually gave his sister pasta.
God almighty.
Oh, that was like, oh, God.
Probably it's not as bad as granolas and all this other stuff, which has got a lot of anti-nutrients and stuff, but still, God. He could have at least given us something. I mean, that's gluten, and people have gluten issues, not a good thing. Because people that have got some of these issues, like I think she's got some autistic or whatever, gluten is not a very good thing for them from what I hear, very poorly associated. God, fuck. Look, he just basically was another one of those people that basically didn't really understand the information that he was, and he was a reductionist. Very much, I'd constantly try to explain certain things, so and then, I didn't mind helping him, but once he turned on bars, that was it, goodbye. I buggered him off, and then he just became more of a charlatan, and now basically he lost the plot completely, and
completely deranged.
Yeah, look, and put himself in a whole lot of legal mess, which he put himself there. He could criticize, like I criticize Salad Boy and other people out there that are promoting inappropriate things, dietary things or whatever. But the last thing that I would do is go set up a website, and question Salad Boy's sexuality and all this other sort of nonsensical stuff, because that's what he was doing. How can you expect that you can go out there and defame people in a malicious way and then think that people are not going to react back to you? How would he like if other people were doing the same thing to him? And actually, they got evidence Like he did some stuff with, some sexually explicit things, and we know that because we've seen the videos, so that were put up by a number of vegans and whatever else. So
I'm glad I haven't looked at those videos.
No, I didn't actually. I didn't. I heard about them, but
I heard about them.
I'm completely uninterested in watching that sort of material.
Exactly.
So, what nightmares are made of?
Precisely.
Oh God! Something up his rear end. God Almighty! What can one say? Yes. Yeah. So don't worry about any animal foods whatsoever. You should just vary the animal foods. It's very important because they do have different nutrient profiles. And so that's where the benefit goes, that you can vary and get a lot of synergistic benefits by varying. Because our ancestors would have done the same thing. They would have not eaten the same animal. They would have killed different animals and accessed different animals both seasonally and in different areas that they moved around to hunt. So, look, thank you, Shil, for and your support as well, and thank you for your kind comments. Yes, good for a middle-aged man to have his ego stoked by a lovely lady like yourself. VM, any progress on weight loss can result in weird reactions as the body processes all the crap stored in your old fat. Yep, very much, very much. Chemicals, oxidized PUFA. That's where the Jarrow low dose vitamin E comes in for 4 to 7 years. Comes in. That's also very important. Thanks, Fapnado, for reminding me all this sort of stuff. Sometimes I don't mention it enough because a lot of people do go on weight loss. They're changing their diet and all this happens. And sometimes we forget to tell them that a lot of the stuff that they should not basically be supplementing vitamin D either, or any of the, probably only MK4. That's okay, but at a lower dose, because basically they will have a lot of these fat-soluble vitamins released in their body as well. So there's all that as well. And I wouldn't bother with cod liver oil either because of the vitamin E, that retinol, that potentially depends on what the prior diet was. If it was very poor in retinol, then it's probably okay from a good quality, but otherwise, or liver or stuff like that. And so it's usually people that have come from a vegan diet that I usually recommend things like cod liver oil, things, the Rosetta one, the good quality one, and things like only that one. I don't recommend any other, out there. I don't trust them. And, fish and, organ meats and stuff like that, because these people are nutrient depleted. They really need all this nutrition, and even somebody from a kibble diet. But if somebody's coming over from a paleo or low carb or stuff like that, they probably have some good nutrient density for some time and don't really have to worry about so much about organ meats and stuff like that to the same level. Have a bit, yep, that's fine. Even the indigenous populations have like a multivitamin. If they a small amount, they cut a bit of, organ meats and they share it amongst themselves and stuff like that. That's good, occasionally. But the key thing is they're also more physically active, and so they probably need that higher nutrition as well, because they need more enzymatic, cofactors to basically support some of that additional processes that actually happens. So yeah, in that regard. Trouble is, have been eating mince steaks only with suet fat. So still occasionally get the rashes and itchiness. Just try to vary your diet a bit. You may have some underlying nutrient deficiencies, and you may also need a bit more. You may also, that really tells me immediately, you're getting certain compounds coming in through the blood. So I would say, because that usually skin issues and stuff like that means some sort of either autoimmunity or some sort of undigested proteins or other things that are coming through particles or lipopolysaccharides from the bacteria that are coming through into the bloodstream and ending up creating some of these reactions. So I would say fix your vitamin D levels. That will close your mucosal layers and usually clear up your skin pretty fast. So that's probably what may be driving that. Beef suet. Where do you buy? Depends on the country where you live. Butchers are the best source to go and actually try and find a lot of this sort of stuff, organ meats and stuff like that. Sometimes they'll give away for practically nothing. So let's say you buy a couple of steaks and you say, oh, can I have some organ meats? And they'll say, oh, yeah. They'll put them in a bag and give them to you sometimes for free, because otherwise it would be throwing them out. So, yes. And that basically, you're actually saving them money, because remember, they've got a dumpster at the back, which they fill, and the more times they empty that dumpster out, guess what happens? They have to pay a company, which is a waste disposal company. So you taking more of the organ meat means that they have to put the dumpster out less often, which means it's saving them money because nobody else is buying the stuff. So it depends where you are in the world.
I dislike going around over here at the capital, São Paulo, but I've heard that in the biggest markets, like at the downtown and stuff, they actually sell a lot of unusual organs that I wouldn't find anywhere else. So I can get like thyroid, spleen, brains. So I may actually go there for once.
That's pretty good. That sounds pretty good. Yeah. Look, it depends on. The funny thing is, the more urbanized a place is, usually you get less of this. But also a society, your society probably holds to some traditions far more. It's like Greece, even though it's, most people live in Athens, it's a very urbanized society. It's a very, half of Greece lives in Athens or in the periphery of Athens. So Greece is another one of those societies which is very urbanized. It's not very, only about, what is it, the people that are in the rural areas, about 3% or whatever. Or is it 3% of GDP? That anyway, it's a small amount that people are involved in directly in agriculture in that part of the world. Used to be more in the past, but less now. And because of the traditions, you will still find like farmers markets that come in from the rural areas around the city, or basically these sort of big markets where they've got seafood markets and they've got markets of meat, where you've got all these butchers lined up, and they've just basically the abattoirs just down the road, and they just basically get everything slaughtered on the day, brought in, all hung up and all cut up, and all the organs and everything is all there. And so in Greek, like these sort of markets, right in the middle of Athens, in an highly urban centre, and you will find these sort of things. But, if you come to a place like Australia, where the supermarkets dominate completely and utterly, like 80% in Australia, butchers and all these sort of just become like specialty because nobody goes to them, which is unfortunate. I still go to butchers because basically you get better deals and you get a lot of bit of variety. You go to a supermarket, there's no variety. It's annoying.
Yeah, you can also get some fat scraps at the butchers.
Exactly. Yeah. That's precisely. And in many cases, they will give it to you for free, whole bag full. Here you go. So you bought a whole lot of other things there, and they'll just give you a whole bag full because, for them it's just a waste product. Nobody wants it. Well, none of the other customers do. Everybody wants fucking lean meat. No wonder they're so deficient in fat-soluble vitamins.
Exactly.
You want to answer this one?
I mean, it's got a bit of a slight organ flavor to it, but it's really like beef fat in a way, just kind of stronger, I guess. That's how I would describe it.
It's one of those things. I all rendered fats or whatever. It's like, even if you look ghee, for instance, which is another sort of rendered thing. When you look at ghee, it's just slightly. It still tastes like butter, but it's got that. It's a bit like more intense. Is that a word? Yeah, more intense in flavor.
Yes.
Yeah. It's got that intense fattiness to it, or whatever. Or,
yeah, precisely.
Yeah, it's a real hard thing, No, it does not taste like chicken or smell like chicken. It just seems like the fattiness tends to be more, like what you said earlier. It's more intense. It's the thing, It's basically because you're taking out more of the protein and more any other thing. It's just concentrated fat in a sense, and that's why it has that more intense sort of fatty flavor. It's a hard way to describe it unless you try it and compare it to different things. And yeah, one of those things. How would you use? How do you use salt and?
I mean, sometimes just as the same way I would add butter to a steak, I may add suet. I'm not very creative.
No, neither am I. I just sometimes basically, occasionally I've used like rendered tallow.
Yes, I've done that as well.
Yeah, for basically like frying things or like eggs. Like I didn't want poached eggs or hard boiled eggs. I just want some fried eggs to just throw a fried egg on top of my steak and just cut it into it. And sometimes, or especially on burgers, if I do patties, I'll definitely do fried eggs or poached. I don't want any other form of eggs, either poached or fried, and I'll on top. And that is exactly. I better move on because I'm really behind. And making myself hungry as well. So yeah, good for you, mate. You lost a bit there. Don't allow YouTube to hear that. Honest. They'll cage me up and then tax me. Oops. I just lost my spot. What happened there? Okay, I wasn't able to keep up the time, and anyway, it jumped, and I lost all the other stuff. So whoever I've lost, I've lost. Adios, see you, Kate. So that was a while ago. I'm just going to pop a bit so I just can get a bit ahead. Sorry, guys. Yes, definitely do that. Definitely do that. Oh, that's good. Good to see you here, Zakia. Is it your current skin? Your face really looks clear. That's good. See what carnivore diet does for you. Keeps you more youthful. Garland Farms. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I did have him as a featured thing. I have taken him off.
He called me a Bart Cake autist.
Yeah, he's lost a plot. I mean, I don't like. Yeah. Oh, God. What is wrong with people? I mean, I do like a lot of his content. It's, Garland Farm's got good content.
Yes.
But some of this nonsense that that he jumps on when it comes to Bart or Sean and all that, he needs to basically chill out a bit and move away from being so. Yes, I understand he really pushes the regenerative farming approach, and so do I. I support that as well. But at the same time, if somebody's, what people like Sean says, or I say, or even Bart says, if somebody's in a freaking food desert, and the only choices is basically kibble or grain-fed meat, the grain-fed meat is going to be less damaging to that body. Simple as that. Not that we are supporting that, not that we are recommending that, not that we're encouraging people. We would like people to be supporting regenerative types, but we have to be realistic as well that there's going to be a lot of people out there that are not going to eat that sort of stuff, either because, kibble is more price sensitive because it's subsidized, and he knows that it's subsidized, and he makes that issue that the reason why it's so cheap is because it's subsidized, and if all meat products were basically treated the same, it would make regenerative products more competitive. And I understand that. I understand where he's coming from and his frustration with the industry. But the last people that he needs to be frustrated is with people like us that basically support his industry and just basically point out the obvious. And the obvious is that some people just can't afford, or in a food desert or whatever, and it's better to have something that it's least problematic compared, to kibble. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that statement. It's not an attack or that we're against regenerative farming or against him. We're just being realistic that, that basically in the world that we live, not everybody can access that sort of meat. And even, let's say, if everyone wanted to access regenerative farming meat, they couldn't, because there's not enough suppliers at this stage anyway. So it's illogical to say we're going to deprive the rest of humanity of any meat just because basically we shouldn't be supporting them. I mean, we shouldn't. I mean, I buy locally here in Tasmania, which is all, pastured, free range. It's all basically, in farms that are really well run by farmers that I know, especially as well. But not everybody can do that around the world or in different parts of the world. So it doesn't help anyone literally squabbling over, small little things, details of that sort, which just harms our community in the long run. I don't know how carnivore he is anyway, which is another complete different issue as well.
There's something. There's something he mentioned. He's going to make a video on how humans are supposed to be omnivorous carnivores or something like that. He's basically, he's going against the sort of the like heavily animal-based narrative. I think he's going to. He hasn't said much yet, but from the way he's talking and the comments and stuff like that, I feel like he's going to defend carbs and starches and stuff like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. You just have to look at Salad Boy. You have to look at Frank.
Yeah,
you'll have to look at a number. Yeah. At the end of the day, see, there's a difference. I sit here and say, I'm not telling you how to eat. I'm not a perfect carnivore myself. I do cheat occasionally. There's a difference. I don't claim to be like an evangel. No, I'm not going to use that because that's religious. I don't claim to be like 100% carnivore, without fault or whatever. This is what a lot of these people have claimed in the past. And then they, like the vegans, I'm clean vegan and all that, and then they cheat and then they get caught out and all that. And this is why they become hostile, and then they need to justify why they cheated. to say, oh, I cheated because I found out that you need to include these foods in there. And that's what they fucking do. They're hypocrites. They want to cover themselves. I don't. I say ice cream's not good for you with all that sugar, but I still eat it. But it's not species appropriate food, but I still eat species inappropriate foods because basically for whatever my addictions or whatever reasons, that's my business. But I don't claim that you need to do that yourself. I don't go, oh, because I eat ice cream, I'm going to basically convince the rest of you guys that ice cream is okay occasionally. I'm going to lie to you and say, oh, it's okay. That's wrong. I know that ice cream's not good. Okay, especially the stuff that we buy from the stores. It's shit. It's got emulsifiers and all sorts of things. Is it harmful to my body? Yeah, bloody hell it is. Do I consume it? Yep. Am I perfect? Nah. But that's why you guys love me, because I don't do all that bullshit. A lot of these people are selling product or whatever, and they have to put a persona up or whatever, or they think they have to. Just be honest. Say, I'm not complete 100%. I'm not clean. I do indiscretions. The difference is I go with the science. I say the science shows us, the best research and the best archaeological evidence shows us that we were super hyper carnivore. And that is the best for our physiology. And we do better when we're closer to more animal-based foods. That's my argument. That's Bart's argument. That's Sean's argument, and all these other people. The difference is that these other guys don't argue that way, and then they have to justify by making shit up. As far as I'm concerned, when you start doing that, you lose credibility. People are not stupid out there. They realize you're playing with words or, sophistry or changing the message or whatever to justify something that you've done because you don't want to be seen that you basically weren't correct all the time. God almighty. None of us are correct. Half of what I probably say is completely wrong or partially wrong or whatever. And as science progresses and research progresses and we learn more, I'll be correcting myself. And I've already corrected myself on a number of occasions before anybody else noticed that I had actually slipped up. So I corrected myself. But I actually told you guys that I fucked up. I was honest to say I fucked up, and I didn't go up down these rabbit holes. I didn't look at the research carefully enough. I missed certain things and all that. There's nothing wrong with that. We're human after all. But the problem is when you then have to justify because you've put a false persona and then make shit up and then attack other people so you can cover yourself because that's what he's doing, it's not a good thing to do. It's not a good way to live either your life that way.
It's like if you are pushing for something, like just be yourself. If your ideas are correct, they will stand the test of time. You don't need to make shit up.
Exactly. That's exactly it. That we don't need to make things up at all. We don't. In that regard. They definitely are. They definitely are. Ah, yes. The retarded are the most charlatan of the lot. That is true. Get your sleep. Enjoy your. Thanks for being here, Shell. Appreciate it. And I want to try and get more poultry in my diet. It's mostly beef, lamb. Yeah, and an occasional venison. But I'm worried about what these chickens are being fed. Don't really worry about too much about it. Get pastured or free range, which is going to be more nutrient dense. The thing that you get with these chickens that are not so, that are sort of in barns or stuff like that, you're probably going to get less. They're eating a lot of kibble. They're not eating enough like bugs and stuff like that. And so they're going to be slightly It's basically like, let me put it this way. When you eat a poor quality chicken, it's like consuming a whole lot of protein bars or protein snacks or, supplements, protein supplements. That's the best word. Now, most protein supplements are very poor in fat-soluble vitamins and water-soluble vitamins and minerals. So basically, you're getting only a macro. You're consuming a macro. So that when you eat a poor quality chicken, it's not that it's not poor quality because it's been feeding grain and stuff like that necessarily. It's basically slightly reduced in micronutrients. We need more micronutrients as cofactors for a lot of our enzymatic pathways. But obviously you need more when you're on a kibble diet, because carbohydrate metabolism requires far more cofactors, more magnesium, more potassium, more of all these other things. So it's less of an issue. And if somebody's in a food desert, I'm not going to deprive them from actually any meat that they can access. As far as I'm concerned, it's going to be better than the kibble that the chickens ate, I can tell you. So anything goes as far as I'm concerned, animal foods in that regard. My only concerns with anything that is the glyphosate component. So if you're consuming more and more of these foods that are not pastured, free range or whatever, the glyphosate component could be an issue. So you need to make sure that you maybe popping in there a water-soluble vitamin B complex. A low dose, not a high dose, a low dose, just to basically provide that additional support to the gut microbiome. That's basically it. So there is a bit of a cheat in that regard, yes. But yeah, that's probably the only egregious component that I would think in that. So it depends in that regard. But it's at the same, there's not going to be a lot of glyphosate in the meat. And the reason for that is because the cytochrome P450 that exists in their livers, like in ours, will detoxify and get rid of a lot of that and methylate it away. So you will not get a lot. You'll get small amounts, but you won't get a lot. You could potentially, even on a pastured farm or a grass fed animal, it could be exposed from an adjoining land crop, that it could blow over seed into a pasture area, and the animal may eat some of that. There's no guarantees in this world. It's just, we don't really have enough information about, unless you're on the farm doing it yourself and monitoring everything. Yeah, just be cognizant of all that. And yeah. Yes, that's true. That's true. Yeah, pork. Yeah, good. That was the tick thing that we were talking about earlier. That's how far behind I am. Bloody hell. Better pick up my pace. Yes. It does have an effect. Yeah, it's good to see Shell. It's true, I heard that leucine is the biggest factor. Yep, exactly, it is. Ah, yes. Modern day bodybuilders, yes. Yep, definitely. Very different back in the old days. They ate all kinds of animal stuff and fat. Look what happened to all of them when the no low fat, high carb stuff started in the 90s. Yep, and bodybuilders were no longer the bodybuilders that we knew of the past. When you look at the old magazines, and they are lean and very muscular. Now they are very muscular because they take anabolic steroids and all sorts of other shit. Plus, it's not through massive training. They're too lazy to do that. They'll cheat. and they bulk up basically by eating shitloads of carbs, and all of that fat doesn't go away. And sometimes they have to, they literally give themselves all sorts of stuff that cause like diarrhea and, and all. Yeah, they do induce themselves, to basically throw up and all. They've got disorders on the yin yang to try and get rid of certain things, and and sort of to digest. Like they will take massive loads of certain supplements to digest properly. They do crazy things, today's bodybuilders. It's the reason why when you see them after competition, they look like fucking a mess.
Yeah.
It's just, you just have to look at videos right after competition, a couple of days after competition. They look absolutely like a mess. You go, what the fuck happened? Well, you know what? All that stuff that they've been doing doesn't really work. It just really is wrecking their health. Yeah, they may get an opportunity to do some competition, but you can do it the old-fashioned way without all that garbage, So, yeah, Vince, he used to be a big egg proponent. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a steroid nearly. It's anabolic. It's really, eggs are, if you're thinking about supporting your endocrine system in a big way, eggs are, for men and women, fantastic. And if, for men, all the important male hormones, basically eggs are fantastic to support. Great for fertility for women, and for general, and even for women that do bodybuilding and stuff like that, So eggs are fantastic. A superfood, So being demonized poorly, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so
the man.
De nada.
You might as well translate.
You're welcome.
You're
and
welcome.
That means what he wrote is thank you.
Is that Brazilian style Portuguese or
Yes.
Portuguese?
No,
they do vary a
Brazilian.
bit.
They do.
Okay.
Yep. And it's funny because the Portuguese must feel sad about this, but their variant, which is supposed to be the original, is the least spoken now, because you have all the African countries, you have us in Brazil, so
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And also there's a bit of influence from some of the Spanish into Brazil as well, which is the thing. But also out of Spain itself into Portugal. So there's different cross influences that have actually happened over time, and that created these variations.
And it's funny how you wouldn't think this would happen, but we actually have some like native influenced words. So we have words that are not, they do not exist in the original Portuguese.
Yeah.
And they are usually words with like X and J and things like that.
But that happens in all, you only have to look at English, how it's diversified, or even Greek. A Cypriot Greek to Greek, Greece, there are variations that are a bit different. And also regional differences. God, I can go to some mountainous areas and they speak some of the old ancient Greek sort of words they throw in there, and I'm going, what? What did that old granny just say? I missed that. So yeah. So especially if they're from another region, not from my region, because I usually know my mother's, the Greek words that are not modern Greek words, that are basically localized words that people have used. And so I know my mother's and I know my father's. But when I go to other regions where older people are talking, they throw in certain words. I'm going, what the hell are they talking about? So you can miss a few words in the conversation or what they're actually talk. The general words you understand because you have a understanding of the language. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. On the oyster bit, not true. There are some quite terrible bays for oyster contamination in the northern part of Tassie. Okay, really, Scotty? Okay. I know in the southern part we don't have those problems. But I get my stuff from south. I don't get my stuff from north. I have heard that there are issues there, because you used to have like around Burnie, around Devonport, and around areas like the river that goes into Launceston, and around also, because there's some runoff up there, stuff like that can actually happen. So I know that those areas are not the best part, but when you go in the south part of Tasmania, it's much cleaner. I wouldn't eat anything out of the Derwent. That's true. The upper part of the Derwent, where it's actually the port part of the city, but anything that's captured down in the Tasman Island and areas like that, the south, and that's the areas that I usually get a lot of things. There it's all clean, the waterways. It's just ocean, it's completely clean. But I know that I thought a lot of that cleaned up, because in the past, Scotty, they used to have that wood chip, the wood producing factory in Burnie that used to produce paper products and all that. And a lot of that sort of stuff that closed down. So haven't the waterways improved now? I'm surprised after all that time. So most of the industrial sort of areas were basically in the north of Tasmania, just to let everybody know that isn't aware. Most of our, industrial, so sort of the south is more, the centre is more agriculture, the south is sort of service, government, service, and basically, sort of mixed light industries and basically, sort of different businesses of that sort, where the north was the primary industrial centre. And I should actually, clarify that. You're right, Scott, up in the north of Tasmania, there's probably still contamination that hasn't sort of, after all those years, completely cleared away. That's probably true. Yeah. So you in the north of Tassie, you unlucky. They should come down south and enjoy some of the better foods down here, mate. We have a north-south parochialism as well, so I might as well rub it in. Yeah. You're in a food desert, mate. Can't help you. Fuck, they should cut north of Tasmania off and just let it drift towards New Zealand. That'll get them going. That'll upset the natives up north. I've got quite a few friends up north anyway, but I do like to upset them, Fucking hell. I said, the best thing you do when you actually leave Launceston is see the back of it. I know we've got these, it's the north-south rivalry in Tasmania. It's a parochial thing. So we throw that stuff out in that regard. Yes. Anyway.
More Portuguese. High cholesterol will kill you. What do I respond to those people?
Tell them about the 25 eggs a day that old geezer consumed. That's what you should tell them. I actually should make a little video just on that. Maybe. So you guys can use it, just basically point to it and say, well, check this out. I'll actually do that.
That's
so
a pretty good idea.
So you can actually use it as a sort of like a sledgehammer to hit them over the head with, because they talk shit, all the time. Oh, Harry, have you looked into this too much yet? But wondering if you could comment about the idea Gregor promotes meat destroys your DNA, looking at it under a fluorescent microscope. Oh, I've never heard that. What the fuck? Most of the nutrients in basically meat, most of the nutrients basically are very beneficial to the DNA. The last thing, when you're eating a clean diet, your DNA does not have any elongation of long chain fats protecting it. When you basically eat more and more kibble and you damage your cells, you make them more senescent. What happens is the actual cells themselves, they will upregulate CD38, and also they will basically elongate around to protect basically your DNA. And especially when they become cancerous, they do that as well, because actually using glucose type metabolism actually can be very damaging to the DNA. And that's why these long chain fats, as 25 carbon long chain fats elongate around the DNA to protect it. So that only happens from highly glycolytic type activities in the cell, not from oxidative phosphorylation of glycolysis. And basically, you don't burn muscle unless you're completely and utterly down to nothing, in terms of fat stores, and then you go into starvation mode. The guy has no idea what he's talking about, and you'd have to prove mechanism. The only thing you have to say is, show me the mechanism. You don't have to argue with that. When somebody puts a nonsensical, stupid argument, show me the scientific evidence that shows mechanism, not some garbage that they make up. They like to make up things and actually put it on screen and say, oh, look, this is what happens. And I've actually gone back and looked at some of their nonsense when they do it, and it's nonsense because it doesn't really happen. They've made it up, But when you actually show me the scientific evidence that this basically happens, they got nothing, because there is nothing. Humans have been consuming meat for millions and millions of years. The N15 data shows that. If it was so bad, why haven't we adapted after so many years, which we're consuming sugary stuff and glucose for far less? It's nonsense, absolute nonsense. So Devox, just basically tell them, show me the evidence, and point to them to the N15 data as well, the archaeological evidence, which shows that we were super hyper carnivore for most of our existence.
Oh my God! I am often surprised.
Gregor's brain dead. God almighty.
He makes this shit up. It's not possible.
God, that's a new one that I haven't heard. That I'll have to go and actually look at one of Gregor's. Just as if I get a chance this week, just to see the sort of garbage he makes, and if he's actually deliberately doing really bad stuff, report the bastard, because he needs to be reported for complete and utter nonsense. He calls himself a doctor. God almighty, they should lock him up.
They're running out of ideas. We have refuted their usual
exactly crap. TMAO, and then you go, oh. Why do the Japanese live longer when they consume boatloads of TMAO in, seafood? Mm-hmm. And they go quiet about that. So each time you give them an argument, they go quiet about it, and then they have to come up with some other ridiculous thing. It's annoying.
That really annoying thing. I think it was those Mendelian studies about cholesterol or something. Do you remember that, Harry?
Yeah. Well, you know what Mendelian studies are? Genetics. So basically they have a whole lot of people who are on kibble, eating the same garbage, a sad diet. They fill out those food frequency questionnaires. So they fill out those. So they're all on kibble diet. And then basically what's the difference? All that's telling you is that certain people with certain genetics do worse on a kibble diet. It doesn't tell you what people do on a carnivore diet, low carb diet, whatever other diet. So it's just absolute nonsense,
Yeah, and they talk about it like, oh, this is some really
oysters do have a lot of minerals. They are very high in minerals. So yeah. So it's not something you consume every day. Let's put it that way.
That's true.
Yeah, basically, they don't want to listen to anything, Nick. Absolutely. Gregor's actually a crackpot, an absolute crackpot. He is an absolute cockwomble of the highest order. Oh, bacon, which is not pork, can you? Okay.
Beef bacon, it exists.
Well, it's not really.
It's not really bacon. Yeah.
It's not really bacon. Pork is bacon.
Exactly. That's how I see it as well.
Exactly. It's like all the vegans that basically call their fake meat. It's not meat. it's soy crap that's made to look like meat. It's basically soy protein. With blood, with artificial blood. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just crap.
Yeah, because like
So
you can get smoked beef belly, but it's obviously not the same thing. It's like
well, we have different names. Like in Greek, we have different names. Like for very thin sliced beef, which you can either eat fried, raw, smoked, and in different other ways. But we have specific names for them. Bacon is bacon; it comes from pork only. And I don't like when if beef manufacturers are using the word bacon, they shouldn't be, because it's not theirs to use. And I'll slap them down as well, even though they may be promoting animal foods. They shouldn't be using words that are not appropriate for their foods, because they're cutting in to deliberately, because most people are not going to basically sit there and they're going to go, oh, bacon, oh, this is different, what sort of bacon is this? And they'll try it, and it undermines, it's again, I don't like people misrepresenting things. It annoys me, even if it comes within our community.
yes.
Yes, I agree. I need detailed data to refute his so-called science when talking to people who buy into that crap. Well, you don't actually need always detailed science. You just need to show examples. See, in nature, you cannot have basically paradoxes. So if somebody says, one egg is going to kill you, and then you can demonstrate that there are 25 eggs in this person's diet, multiple generations, never had any effect, that refutes immediately that whole proposition. It actually fails the Bradford Hill criteria. The Bradford Hill criteria talks about dose response. The more you expose an organism to something, the worse it gets. The least, the better that organism gets. That is a dose-dependent relationship. It's a strong statistical relationship. Like lung cancer and smoking, had something like 10 to 30, an odds ratio of 10 to 30. That I know some people call it a risk ratio, but it's not a risk ratio, because, when it comes to associational data, you cannot infer risk. All you can infer is relationship. So whether the relationship is strongly associated or weakly associated. And a p-value of basically 0.00 something will mean that it's so many times in 1,000. So the likelihood that is just by accident is less likely. So 1 in 1,000 is less likely. If it's close to 1, then the possibility that it's just statistical noise is very high. So something that is 1 point in odds ratio, 1.17, like meat most of the time is around that, not even 2. It's not even an odds ratio, or a risk ratio is incorrectly they call it. It's not even at 2. It's statistical noise in terms of the Bradford Hill criteria, which is the actual gold standard for determining inference of causality, not proving causation, but inferring. There's a difference between the word I infer something and a difference between I prove empirically something. Two different things. So I can say empirically that time dilation has been proven. Why? Because I can put an atomic clock on the planet and put one in the plane, fly it around at a high speed, and that clock, when I come back, will be slower. I can empirically replicate. That is replicatable empirical truth. Okay? So that is what is called when you basically can prove absolutely causation. When you use the word I infer, that means that out of all the probabilities, the likelihood is that is the case. If it is strongly associated to a very high, like with smoking, an odds ratio of 20 or 30 or 10, that is thousands of orders of strong association. So we can infer, not prove causation, but infer causation, that the probability is, the high probability is that is the case. So you have to use this language appropriately. And that's what we need to explain to people, how to use science properly and explain science properly. I hope that people have understood that, because I know Bart talks about it and a whole lot of other people talk about it, but they don't explain it exactly what it means. I hope you guys have got now the real proper explanation how to use properly, statistically, inferences in regards to absolutely things that can be determined in absolute ways, like, empirical truth. There's a difference between the two, so we need to differentiate that quite clearly and starkly. So I hope that was clear. And it sort of clarified things. Look, I don't mind people asking me these questions. That's a good thing, because what it does is it means that the way I explained it last time probably wasn't as, I need to do it a bit better, because at the end of the day, if I'm going to arm you guys with better weapons against the misanthropists, you guys need to be able to use the language much more skillfully. I'm not going to be there all the time. Or Bart or people like that, or people like Sean or whatever. So we need to basically help each other. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, even stuff that, I wasn't aware about pork and about the ticks, but Lukey was. So he basically, I learned something from Luke today, So we need to basically share the knowledge and all that, and the love amongst the carnies, and so we can basically help our community and strengthen our community against the misanthropists out there that we are dealing on a constant basis with. I thought that saturated fats like ghee, coconut oil have the highest smoke point as opposed to monounsaturated fats like avocado oil. Generally speaking, the more saturated things are, they do have a higher smoke point, but for some reason, avocado is one of those outliers. And I do not have any information. I know that it can actually has a higher smoke point, but I don't think there's any research that shows exactly why. What is the structure of avocado? Or maybe there's a substance in avocado that is protective for that oil, but it's not clear. And nobody's been able to prove it mechanistically. I can say it, oh, yep, smoke point is 500 Fahrenheit, but can I prove it mechanistically? No, because I haven't seen anybody do that. So we don't have any science showing quite clearly why it's happening. But it's a very expensive oil. But it does degrade. So like olive oil, it will over time degrade much faster than animal fats. So for that reason, it may have a high smoke point, but it's still, there is the oxidative side and there's the aldehyde side and all that still will increase over time, because just generally oils, once they're taken out of their seed or they're taken out of the plant form, they are much more vulnerable to oxidation and breakdown products. So still, there's that side of things as well that I should have mentioned earlier. So yes, they do have a high smoke point, but smoke point is not everything. It's also how quickly do they become rancid, oxidized, and increase in aldehydes. So there's all that side of things as well. So smoke point is one part of it, but the other part is also how, just if you just keep them out exposed to oxygen, how quickly do they deteriorate. So yeah, that's another point I should have pointed earlier, but in my ramblings, sometimes you forget to make those points. Yep, it does. Yep. All poultry, the dinosaurs must have had quite a lot of K2 in their flesh, because that's what it means. Because every single other animal doesn't have the same quantity as birds do. So all birds in nature tend to have very high levels of K2. Best source of K2 for the indigenous population of Tasmania, of Tasmania, of Australia was emus. And emu oil is one of the highest sources of menoquinone 4. So, but it's expensive. Fucking hell, it's expensive. I know.
I'll stick to eating chicken thighs.
Exactly. Me too. it's way too expensive as as basically No, we haven't seen him anywhere or haven't heard anybody say anything. So he's he's gone pretty quiet. Like all kibble, plenty. There's going to be some variability. There's always a U-curve of how bad somebody gets health-wise. Some vegans can last for many years. Some vegans can't last only for a couple of months or whatever because of their genetics. So they can, and also their persistence. There's two factors there. Some people just plow through the pain, but they don't last that long. Ultimately, they don't even last a generation. I mean, the longest vegan that I've known of was about 20 odd years or whatever, and that person really fell apart. And I actually also, when I had one of my kidney stones years ago, eating a lot of spinach and those are wonderful green leafy vegetables anyway. It's another story. And I was in the Royal Hobart Hospital being pumped a whole lot of fluids so I can get my kidney stone to go through. I met a guy there who was, very much, plant-based in his orientation and all that, and his whole spine had fallen apart. Yeah. And, when that happens, it's very hard to basically restore that. It just doesn't grow back. But that fell apart because basically when you're on kibble and you're not getting enough fat-soluble vitamins and animal foods in the diet, that's what happens ultimately. So some people can deteriorate very badly and have no chance of even coming back from something like that, such damage. So, yeah, these people are playing with fire, with inappropriate diets, really playing with fire.
It seems like everyone I know about my age, especially the girls, they're all going to plant-based diets, and I'm like, you are all crazy. And they are like, most people, they are at least vegetarian, and they're like, oh, but I want to try being vegan and stuff. I'm like, I'm trying to get better at speaking and presenting ideas to those people and see if I can save at least some of them, because it's really sad looking, when you look at people doing this, and you can get away with this initially, especially if you are young. It takes a while for the generation to set in, and they think that they are doing so well, but it's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, exactly. It's just crazy. What he actually believed that 5G God almighty.
Yeah, he does.
You're kidding.
He was making several strings about this.
Do you mean that's how bad he got?
Yeah.
God almighty. That is crackpottery of the highest order.
And then he started selling EMF protective clothing.
Oh, look, EMF, I mean, I wear these glasses. We're talking about, it's not so much the signals. I mean, we're bathed in electromagnetic fields from our magnetosphere around the planet. So it's not as if we're every rock, everything has an electromagnetic effect on us. Everything in nature, in very different ways. Even natural things can have a negative effect on, in terms of electromagnetism. This sort of natural, unnatural, and all this is nonsense. The problem is blue light. It's the photons in the electromagnetic spectrum. It's the blue light photons. That's where the problem lies. It's too much blue light at night, which fucks up our circadian rhythms. It's too much exposure to electromagnetic fields, non-native that are in our environment, because the native ones do alter, as the magnetosphere, and it gets affected by the way the solar winds go around the actual planet. Yes, it is spherical for those others out there. And as it goes around, it actually has this effect of changing, the frequency, going more towards a red frequencies, a red shift, and that has an effect basically on circadian rhythms, on blue, on melatonin, all these sort of things. It's these things that get affected by too much photonic energy of the blue spectrum type that we're bathed in. You go outdoors, there's all electrical power lines, there's LCD lights, which are even more higher in blue light compared to the power lines or the power in your home. So the more of these and also because when you go past a power line, you can avoid a power line to some extent. It's sort of diffusing these photons, but they actually do diffuse. Where in something which is like a beam, like an EMF sort of device, a tower that's actually transmitting out energy, it's actually transmitting a much more concentrated form of the electromagnetic, those waves, and at the same time, you're actually getting more of that blue spectrum, and so that's hitting, your melanopsin on your skin, your eyes, receptors, and all that, and that is actually mucking up with your sleep patterns, your circadian rhythms, and some people are more susceptible than others in dealing with blue light or dealing with that photonic energy. Some can reduce the effects. Some are more susceptible. He may have been one of those people that are more susceptible, potentially, by reacting worse and all that. So, yeah, but then, yeah, I know. But going from that, because I don't think he really understands the photonic side of stuff. I mean, and I think the problem is that basically people like Jack Cruz don't really explain it properly. They talk in this sort of really general way, and they don't explain these specific things so people can understand it. And they say, and he has a sort of attitude, if you don't understand it, bad luck to you. And I don't like that attitude anyway. I try to explain these little things, for people. Because, yeah, I know that people, whatever. I don't know. I don't understand why you have to basically not, sort of.
And what's funny, that whole terrain theory thing where viruses are exosomes. Some people are saying that like the actual radio signals, they could actually stimulate your cells, and this could trigger exosome release, and that's what people are getting. That's what people are testing for when they say they have COVID, And it's like, what the hell is?
Exactly. What's this? To Rio soon. Okay.
Yeah. If you need help, Figo, I can help you figure out some stuff.
Exactly. Contact Lukey and basically, he'll tell you, because he knows now, because you've been there for a while now, so better places to source some of this food. Yeah, good. It's what we have to do, like Carnivore, sort of help each other to basically, be able to, so to help each other to basically find some of these food sources and all that, G'day, Zombie. Good to see you here. Yes. Jules gets all sorts of stuff up there. Okay. Look, different places. You can shop around and find things. Chris, g'day, mate. Called also, marrow is amazing. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Look, you can shop around. I say to people, just shop around. You'll find stuff. There's, you just need to get out there, and just supermarkets are probably the worst place to try and get good animal sourced foods. They just basically, pretty piss poor. Yes, where about 7 minutes away, and then I'm going to cut it off here. We're nearly at 4 hours. So, yeah. So we've got, yes. Anytime, mate. Anytime. I've actually basically challenged a number of both repeat people who are much smarter than the vegans in their polemic. They are much more skillful, believe me, and they don't want to talk to me because they know how quickly I'd pull them apart. Actually, vegans would be really easy. Their arguments are so piss poor, you know. I could literally rip them a quadruple asshole before they even had an opportunity to say one word. You know, they're just weak. They got no real proof or whatever for anything. You know, they just come up with garbage. Don't know. California bad, is it? I don't live there, so I've got no idea.
Harry, have you seen? I think Buck Buckleyson. He made ask a question about vitamin D and vitamin K2.
Hi, Bo. What was that?
I think Buck Buckleyson. He asked a question about ratios of vitamin K2 to vitamin D or something like that.
Okay. That, up here. Yep, got it. Good. So what are we saying? So Buck goes, are there any good indications on ratio of K2, MK4? No. The only issue is balancing out vitamin D with retinol. K2 is an irrelevant thing, completely irrelevant, because it's used for so many different biological processes. It doesn't compete with vitamin D or retinol. One does not deplete now. It's not that retinol or vitamin D are competing against each other. This is a sort of language people use out there. It's that a lot of the biological processes, like a lot of the enzymatic processes, require both, and so they get overused.
Yeah, that's the idea of synergy.
Exactly. You know, it's a bit like, you know, remember the enzyme that I haven't done the study on, you know, both in breast and for growth and in basically the prostate for men. Well, it's the same bloody thing. You need vitamin D, but you also need retinol in there to, you know, as cofactors, so to control those enzymes to work properly. So for the males of the species and the females of the species, for their different private parts which are important to them in terms of cancer and other issues, growth factors in those tissues, vitamin D and retinol are very important, and MK4 as having a secondary type role, but still important in there. But the problem is, if you're on a species appropriate diet, usually MK4 and retinol, you get enough. Our biggest problem is getting enough vitamin D for most people. So that's where the big issue sort of lies. I don't believe, when it comes to K2, I've got no problems. I don't believe in actually using a lot of vitamin D in very high amounts, unless you've got a deficiency, or unless you're basically have got the flu or a cold, or you've got an illness. And then you're going to be using a lot for your immune system. So, you know, what will happen is your macrophage, your immune cells, your innate will basically just suck all that vitamin D in them because they've got full of receptors. They'll take it up. So it's not an issue. It's not going to create any massive imbalances with retinol. So there are times when you need to up those sort of things and times when you don't really have to worry. Old doctors knew this sort of stuff. They used to wheel patients out into the sun. The old hospitals, that's what they used to do. Now they're in air-conditioned little cages, air-conditioned little cages, being fed kibble and wondering why they don't heal quick enough. Why isn't this drug working? because it's unnatural. They need a bit more natural, and the only things that you should be using primarily is, short-term pharmaceuticals for stabilization and your surgical techniques, but they need some of the natural foods and natural environment to heal much faster. I don't know whether this, for me, Luke is in Brazil, I'm in Australia. My Nick Norwood. I knew he had some out there opinions, etc. A couple of years, people watching him, a bit really disturbing. And yes, he needs help. Yep, that's about Frankie. Yep, yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's lost the plot, and it's. I feel sad for him because he had potential as a kid, as a he still. His heart was in the right place at some levels, but just really lost the plot. And he really cared for his parents and his sister as well. So, and that's why I helped him in the beginning. That's why I sort of supported him. He just went, once he got off, he lost the plot and all that. It's just really hard. But it's sad. It's a sad thing that it's come to this, that he's sort of really just gone off the rails. I hope he finds his way back, and I will tell you one thing. I would say even Bart would agree with me. All is forgiven if you want to come back and be a good member of our community. There's no real reason. Yeah, I know. I've been, because I've got the other stream now. I'm not only depend on StreamYard, I've got Restream, so I use that as well. So I've become a bit more casual in my time frame. I don't really get too fretted about, I'm going over time, in that regard. You could argue that point with him. I think one advantage that I've got over Bart is I've got really good memory. I can really recall things very fast, and he knows that. Because he's actually admitted it himself. He says, "I can't believe the recall that you've got," and that's what makes me lethal in debating. Recall, the ability to basically come up with something very quickly. You see with the questions, you guys ask me all sorts of questions. The ability to come up with really good stuff very quickly, a lot of people find that very hard. I can only put it down to my skillful acquiring those skills in student politics. And I can tell you in Greece, like I suspect in Brazil, student politics, especially back when I was there in the 70s and 80s, was quite radical. And I can tell you it was vicious. And you had to really be at the top of your game, and you had to memorize whole texts to repeat them back to people and say, you got this, this, and this, and this wrong. And they hate you. And I used to rip people to pieces. I was quite ruthless as a young student political activist. You should, even worse than I am now, in terms of recall and polemic. God, I was absolutely it's like a flamethrower. The person must have felt like after they'd actually had an incident with me, like I've just been killed off, That's how, I used to get a lot of claps from people and nobody wanted to, was terrified to take on Harry. Now people sort of don't want to, but they were absolutely terrified for that reason. So I'm not as good as I used to be when I was young, I can tell you. I was quite lethal back then. Halal slaughter for the vegans is vegans in a debate with Harry. Oh, that would be funny, wouldn't it? Yes. Yeah, you know what? I find they will go after us who basically knock out an animal and then slaughter it. Halal slaughter is actually live slaughter. The animal has to be fresh and alive and kicking. You don't knock it out. If you go to Greece, they knock it out. Even you've probably even saw Bobby, Bobby's perspective when he was in northern Macedonia, where they just knock the animal out, the pigs, so they can hit it, knock it out, and then they slaughter it. We do the same thing, and most parts, but halal, the Jewish and Arab and others around the world that do sort of halal type slaughter, they basically, it's alive, and you cut its throat. I have done that when I was a youngster because that's how Dad used to do it. But it's not encouraged anymore in Greece. But that's how it used to be done as well in Greece. And that's how I used to do it as well. Generally speaking, an animal has lived a very carefree life compared to living in the, if you're in a savanna environment and you have a lion or two that is ripping you to pieces, or you're in a temperate environment like in the Eurasian area and you've got like a wolf tearing you to pieces, or you've got, whether it's a coyote or in North America or whatever, tearing you to pieces, that's how nature works. Humans basically, and most of those animals are congregated together, out of fear. They are very stressed and feared about they live a very stressful and fearful life from predators. A farmer who's got a domesticated animal, they just carefree. They just wander all over the place. They don't care. They have the most carefree and easy life until the moment that they serve their purpose and they're knocked out and slaughtered. That is humane. Even halal is humane because you're just cutting the animal right at the end. That's a momentary, a slight momentary thing in a very blissful and nice life that animal's lived. So as far as I'm concerned, I'll debate that as well because I've actually done it. So basically I'll say, yep, I've done that. I've done halal slaughtering in my life. You got a problem with it? So yes, and I go after them on the moral hazards, and because basically, so what's your moral foundation for your argument? I don't argue. Why should I argue their morality? They need to explain to me, where do they derive their morality from? And if they can't explain it, well, their morality is no better than mine, so fuck off.
Yeah, and it's the usual thing, The problem is when you directly slaughter an animal to eat it, but slaughtering animals accidentally to raise crops and stuff, oh no, that's fine.
Oh, exactly. Precisely. They kill more animals than we do in general terms. So if you're basically, you slaughter a big animal, you're basically, that can feed you the whole. Yes, thanks, mate. Probably would. Not that I was I'm quite hostile to Socrates anyway, and Plato, but that's a conversation for another day on philosophy and those sort of things. I've mentioned a few things. I've got my reasons. But yes. Most people think I should be supporting these people just because they were ancient Greeks. No, if they are wrong in some regards, I'll point that out. I don't do it based on, the Greeks, I need to support them. No fucking way. There are plenty of dodgy Greeks, I can tell you. So in every race, there are good and bad people. And so I embrace good people from whatever background they come from. And misanthropists and idiots and wankers and thieves and criminals and whatever else, I don't care what background they come from. They are scum as far as I'm concerned. Simple as that. So let's differentiate between good people and bad people, not race or religion or anything other things. It's good or bad people. So somebody treats me with respect, I'll treat them with respect. If someone treats me badly, they will get a mouthful of vitriol, I can tell you. Anyway, we should wind it up here. So, God, it's been a long session. and I've got a night session as well at Lukey, so that'll keep me busy. And basically quiet in the evening, especially. But it's about 2:40 now, so it's nearly getting closer and closer. I want to go for a bit of a walk as well. So I've got enough time to go for my walk and get back in time, which is the big thing. Anyway, thanks, Lukey, for being here. I appreciate it. So definitely. Hemlock? I never heard of that. Who's hemlock?
Is that the poison? Or am I don't know if I'm understanding.
Oh, sorry. Gotcha. Sorry, I didn't even read it. I just saw the name and I go, hemlock? Somebody's calling themselves hemlock. Oh, Vegetards take the hemlock way out of a debate with Harry. Yeah, that's true. Too many hours talking to you guys. I must be losing it. Next they'll start standing like Frank. No, I won't go that far. I couldn't help myself. Sorry. He's a distressed man. I shouldn't basically rub in the salt. Anyway, I hope he gets better. For his family as well, and for himself. He's a young bloke. He's got potentially more to offer if he just gets himself back to normality and sort of focus on the essential things in life. But anyway, thanks, Luca, for being here. Appreciate it.
Always good to be here.
Still plenty of people here waiting. That's all you get in terms of this for this stream. If anybody's in the neighbourhood within the Australasian area or parts of Asia, you've got a second, opportunity tonight in a couple of hours. So that's about 3 hours and 18 minutes to go from now. So that gives me a bit of time to go for a bit of a walk. Is that your time? Okay, bloody hell. Do you actually sleep, Bo? Thanks, I appreciate it. But you get your sleep, lady. Get your sleep. You need it. Sleep is very important. I would rather you watch me later than basically, So that is quite late. Thank you. The shrimp or the Barbie, fair dinkum, and not that sort of Barbie. That's a plastic Barbie. Throw the shrimp on that Barbie. Oh God, you're into that sort of stuff. You got a bit of Japanese in you then. Move on. Get your head out of the gutter, Harry. Move on. Yes. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. You guys being here. Goodbye, and I will see most of you guys next week. And anybody else that's in this region later tonight, hopefully, maybe not. We'll see. And we're out of here. See yous.
Goodbye.